How's it going? My name is James and welcome to this ReactJS full course. Now, I am supremely excited to have this course live on the channel because not only is React an absolutely brilliant front-end development framework, if you feel confident with React, you can pretty much build anything, which is super cool. But also, this project has to be my absolute favorite that I have developed in a little while. Essentially, I like reading and I really like this book series right here. The author, Robert Jordan, has the craziest vocabulary I have ever come across, and I regularly find myself having to write down words that he introduces to me that I've never heard of before. And I was like, James, I absolutely need an application that's going to teach me these words that utilizes a spaced repetition learning algorithm so that I can effectively drill them into my brain. Now, it's such a cool application. The vocab list that I prepared is supremely wicked, and I've been using it consistently for a while, and the coolest thing about it is that it just so happens to make for a perfect ReactJS tutorial that's beginner friendly whether or not you've seen React before or you have absolutely no experience with it. By the end of this course, you will feel confident and comfortable developing any applications with the ReactJS ecosystem. So it should be super exciting. It's going to be an absolute adventure. Now the question becomes, what do you need to know to finish this course? As I said, you don't need any ReactJS understanding. I'm going to walk you through every step that we take, make sure it all gets drilled into that wee noggin. So on the React part, it's totally beginner friendly. What you will need, however, is an understanding of JavaScript. ReactJS is a JavaScript development framework, so you do need to know JavaScript, and you'll also benefit from having an understanding of HTML and CSS. Now, if you need some courses to go and brush up on that material, I've got you covered. You will find them linked in the description down below. And if you're ready to dive in, then the last thing you need to know before we jump into the code is what you should do if you get stuck. Now, linked in the description down below, in addition to the courses, is the GitHub repo for this project. That's where you'll find all of my code. So if at any point you get stuck, you have any questions, qualms, or queries, head over to the GitHub code. You can compare mine to yours, see if you've made any mistakes, and if that doesn't cover you, you can head into the Issues tab, and whatever it is that you are confronted with, just leave an issue, describe the problem that you're encountering, and either I myself or someone else will get back to you and help you overcome whatever it is that you are feeling challenged by. So it should be an absolute weapon of a course. As I said, at the end, we're going to deploy the application to the internet so that it is live. You have a URL that you can share with your family and friends. Everybody gets to know the cool words, and you could throw it in your portfolio. I know it's definitely a project that I would be feeling very proud of. Anywho, that's enough of me rambling on. I cannot wait to share this almighty undertaking with you. It's an absolute wicked adventure. There is so much we are going to learn together. And with that all said, if you enjoyed the course, don't forget to smash the like and subscribe button so that I can continue to feed Doug a healthy diet. So here's a quick demo of the app we're going to be building in this course. It's called copacetic, which is a real word that means in excellent order, which all things are. And essentially, the project is going to be a vocab building app. Now, I have selected cool niche English words such as copacetic, lugubrious, loads of cool stuff. I spent ages building out this vocab list. I think it's absolutely wicked, and it's a 3-page ReactJS application. So the first page welcomes the user to the app. They say 365 days, 365 words. It's not exactly that, but it's approximate. You know, it gives them the idea. And we challenge the user. We say, build your lexicon, start the challenge today. Lexicon is just like your vocabulary. Now what the user does is they come down here, they enter their name. I'm going to be James, and they can click start. And we've also got a cool little footer attribute down here. This actually is going to link to the GitHub repo for this code. Not to mention that by the end of this course, we're going to deploy the application. It's going to be live on the internet with a URL that you can share with your family and friends or throw into your portfolio. Now we can go ahead and click start, and we are welcome to the dashboard. Now for this project, we use the local storage database so that if I refresh the page, it remembers that I have created an account, and eventually it will keep track of all of our progress, statistics, and everything. Currently, we're on day 1. We have a 0-day streak. We haven't seen any words, and we have no accuracy and no level. Now, these are the gamification metrics that keep a user coming back, inspire them, and essentially make it a daily habit, which is super cool. If we scroll down, we see we're on day 1 and we have a time remaining. Now this is a countdown. A user needs to complete the next day within 24 hours of completing the previous day. We also tell them what they're up for today. So on this particular day, we're going to be learning 3 words. And if they fail to meet that 24-hour window, then we take that current streak and we basically turn it into a historical attempt. So currently we have no history attempts, but if I were to not complete a day within 24 hours, the app would start us back at the very beginning and it would be added to our history. So we might get a 54-day history and we have to start again, which is reason for people to keep their streak strong. Now, if we go ahead and click start, that takes us off the dashboard to the challenge page. And this is essentially where a user learns all the words. So here, the first word is lugubrious. Now, I spent a while programming out a spaced repetition learning algorithm where essentially words are introduced and are repeated at ever increasing intervals, which is perfect for interrupting what's known as the forgetting curve. So if you think about forgetting a word, goes like this. As you leave it for time, you forget the word. But what you want to do is interrupt the forgetting curve. So I'm forgetting, I interrupt it, I remind myself of the word, and then I wait a little bit longer, then I interrupt again, and then a little bit longer, then interrupt again, until eventually the word is permanently ingrained into your brain. Now this page is really clever. We can see that as much as we had 3 words, we have 12 to practice. So we've got a little progress bar here. We can quit out, that takes us to the home page. We can start again and we're right back here. We can click the I forgot button. That's not relevant right now because the definition is showing. Now this challenge page is also clever because it knows whether or not we've encountered a word before. So we've never seen lugubrious, so it is defined for us. And what we do is type in the definition here. So I would say excessive. Now, notice up here, we have a little guide, and this essentially, when we're learning, helps the user know whether or not they're on the right track. So if we've entered the correct character, for example, the first 4 characters are correct, they go blue. As soon as we went wrong, they go red. So I see immediately that they're wrong, and I can keep going. Mournful or, oh, I got it wrong. Now, one thing happens here. When we fill out this bar, we increment an attempt. So in this case, I got it wrong, even though an attempt is completed. So we can see inside of my database over here that I now have 1 attempt. And so this is going to determine my accuracy metric. So what I would do is backspace to where I was, or gloomy. And if I get the full thing correct, I move on to the next word. So here I have prison officer or guard. Then I have surrounded or troubled persistently by problems. Done. And now it knows that we've encountered the words, so we need to practice them from memory. Now over here I have 4 attempts for 3 words, so I should have an accuracy of about 75%. And here, what if I've forgotten? Well, now what I can do is I can click I forgot. It shows up the definition, and the other thing it does is it increments the progress bar. So if we have to click I forgot, we add that word onto the end of our list to learn to make sure we practice it 1 extra time. And every time we forget, that increments. So that's pretty cool. And now I can come back to the home page, and if I were to complete that day, it would then start the counter. The counter would count down over 24 hours. I'll show you what that looks like in just a second. And the words for today would change. So if I come into the development window, this is the non-deployed version. This database has, I successfully completed a day. I'm at 100% accuracy. I reached level 1. Today I've got 6 words. That's going to be 3 new words in addition to 3 words for revision. And here's my little countdown. And I have a historical record. So I previously got to a 2-day streak, but then I missed the 24 hours. And so I had to start from the very beginning again. And now we could come in, and it knows that because I've seen lugubrious before, that I have to remember the definition. So it's a brilliant app. As I said, I literally use it at the moment to learn all these amazing words, and I just think it's such a cool project to put in a portfolio, not to mention to develop your ReactJS skills and understanding. If you can build an app like this, then the sky really is just the limit. Alrighty, it is now time to dive into the code. Now for this project, there's a couple of things you'll need installed on your device. 1, Visual Studio Code. If you don't have that installed on your device, there's a link to install it in the description down below. Once installed, you should be able to open up a window, and a blank window should look something a little bit like this. The second thing you'll need installed on your device is Node.js. If you do not have Node installed on your device, link in description down below. And the reason we need Node.js is because we're going to need npm to initialize our project. Now, the reason I've opened up VS Code to get started is because we're going to need the terminal. Now, there's 101 ways to open up a terminal instance inside of VS Code. I like the control and backtick key, which allows me to toggle, open and close a terminal. You can also use the folder or the file options, like file save, kind of that sort of thing. Or you can come over to vscodeshortcuts.smalljames.com. This is also linked in the description down below. And here you have the keybinds to open up or toggle your terminal, in addition to every other key binding that I use to optimize my VS Code coding experience. So now that we have open our terminal and we have Node installed, we can type node-v. It'll give us a Node version that confirms it's successfully installed. We are going to initialize our project. Now, personally, I like to change directory inside of my terminal. So currently I'm in my root directory. I'm going to cd into GitHub 2. Now, this is a folder directory that exists on my device, and essentially it contains all of my coding projects. So if I just show you what that looks like, here is GitHub 2. It's got all of my coding projects, including the one we're going to, or soon to be including the one we have today, and I just cd'd in from my root directory. Now, you don't have to do this. It's just if you have a directory where you like to save your projects, that's what you can do. Equally, what you can do is open up that directory by selecting the open options or coming over to the Explorer and hitting open. And then once you open up that directory, if you open your terminal, it will automatically have changed directory into that folder, which is perfect. So now that we're in the appropriate directory, what we're going to do is use Vite, which is a build tool, to build our React project and get it up and running. Now, Vite is also going to be linked in the description down below, and it's just a French word for quick. And we run one command. Here's all the kinds of projects you can create with Vite, so it's wicked. And we'll just be running this Vite, or this npm command right here. And here's the little note that says we need Node.js on our device. So what we can do is we can type npm create vite at latest, all one. And then we're going to name our project. Now, this project is going to be called derision, because that's one of the many words that a lot of people don't know. If you know this word, let me know in the comments down below. I didn't know what it means, but it stuck with me. Equally, you could call it copacetic. That's another one I learned recently that is brilliant. This means in excellent order. Maybe we'll go with copacetic. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit enter on that, and that is going to run that command, and it's going to begin the project initialization process with Vite. So the first thing we have to do is select a framework. Here's all the different frameworks. If there's a framework you would like a course on, let me know in the comments down below. For this course, we'll be going with React, so I'm just going to select React. We also have to select a variant. We're just going to go with plain old JavaScript. Hit enter on that. And that's it. We now have a brand new project directory. Now what I'm going to do is click this open button. Equally, you can go open from the file options, or you can come across to the Explorer just here. That's that little tab, and click this open folder. And now if we navigate to the directory where we have all of our coding projects, we officially have copacetic. So don't select anything in that folder directory, just select copacetic, and we're going to click open just here. And that's going to open up VS Code inside of that folder directory. And what I'm going to do is is this going to zoom it in? Is that Control-Shift+? And we'll just zoom it in a little bit, so that it's nice and big for everyone to follow along. So once again, all we did is we opened up a terminal instance and we just typed npm create vite at latest and followed those instructions. So now before we dive into the code, my favorite thing to do to start off these courses is to just take a look at what we've actually got here. Vite gave us a React project. Now it's actually not a blank React project, because when you install or configure or set up React with Vite, you get some boilerplate code. So there's a very minimalist application in here that comes with that process. So before we jump into the source directory, which is where all the magic is going to happen, let's just start off looking at these files right here. So first up, we have a Vite config. It configures Vite. We don't need to touch it. We have a README. README to learn about this project. If you are going to put this project in your portfolio or on your GitHub, definitely fill this out with a nice project description. You know, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? What challenges have you encountered? What tech stack did you choose? It's great if employers are checking out your code, or if you want your repository on GitHub to get some visibility to help people understand exactly what it is that you're building. Especially when you name a project copacetic, that doesn't exactly tell people a lot. So the README is super fun, nice little markdown file. We have a package.json specs file. All of the specifications for our project, and most important are these scripts. We'll learn about the scripts shortly, and the dependencies. Now dependencies are all of the dependencies, everything this project is going to rely on. And the dependencies are, in this case, React. And React is part of the Node.js ecosystem. So we're eventually going to have to install all of these dependencies so that we can run our project. Index.html I will come back to shortly. ESLint, configuration file, doesn't even matter. .getignore, very important. We don't have any secret keys or secret authentication codes in this project, but if you did, the last thing you want to do is upload them to GitHub. So what you do is you add the name of the file here and you tell Git to ignore it. So what I would do, typically a .env or an environment variable is one of these such files. So we would say .env, save it. And now when eventually we go and publish this project, which we will need to do to deploy it, Git will ignore any .environment variables. They will not be saved to the internet. They will just be on your safe and sound on your local device. So this is a very important file. We're not going to have to stress about it too much, but it's good to be aware of. So now if we look at the folder directories, we have a public folder. That's where we serve up any assets, so pictures, font families, all that good stuff, videos, PDFs, downloads, that kind of stuff. They're all saved in public. This is where the magic happens. And then we have the source directory. Now there's a couple of files in here that I don't even want to think about. One is the app.css. We're going to right click on that and delete it. Say goodbye to app.css. As for the other ones, we have an assets directory. That's very equivalent to this public directory just here. We'll learn about the distinctions later. And then we have three files. We have a main.jsx, an app.jsx, and an index.css. Now, .css indicates it's the cascading style sheet. So this is where a lot of our styles will be going in this project, but not all of them. For the minute, what I'm going to do is Control A in here and select everything and delete it. So this is now a completely blank index.css file. Now, as for how React works, React is essentially a brilliant framework because it uses building blocks known as components to create applications. Now, all of these building blocks are put together, and it's like containers within containers. So you have a container that's got building blocks, and they're also technically containers with their own building blocks. And then all of this is within one big container, which is our whole app. So the app.jsx is the parent component. Now, we'll talk about components in depth throughout this course. However, for the second, just know that all of our React code is going to be contained within this app. It's what's known as a functional component, which is just the ultimate building block. It is the application. And then what happens once we have this application, this component, this building block, we have a main.jsx. Now this file, what this file does is it takes our app and everything within our app, and it says, okay, take the app. Here we can see we've imported the app, we've rendered the app. We'll learn more about this shortly. But just know this is our whole building block, this is our whole application. And it says go to the document, which is this index.html, and get the element with the ID of root and render the app within it. So it's just like an accessory script. Now, as for the div with the ID of root, that's right here. So the index.html is the injection point for our whole React app. So just here we can see we have a very small index.html. It's 13 lines of code. We have the head tags, which is all the meta information for our application. We have the body, which is all the visible content. We have a script. That's that script right there. So our HTML runs that script. The script goes and finds our ReactJS app, and it gets injected into this div with the ID of root. So our whole React application, all of the components we're going to create, this app, everything within it, essentially just gets injected into this little div via this script, which is this one right here, and rendered on the screen. And that's how this project, this ReactJS ecosystem works. So now that we've covered all of the folders and files, let's set up our project directory to guarantee our success. Now, one of the things I really like to do when setting up my project directory is imagine what all of these building blocks are. And to do that, we have to understand a ReactJS concept called components. Now, in React, if we come into our app.jsx right here, we have, at the moment, 35 lines of code. It might vary for you a little bit, but what I'm going to do is delete a whole lot of it. Just here, I'm going to get rid of that line. I'm going to get rid of the app dots. I'm going to get rid of everything up the top, to be honest. And I'm going to get rid of everything that is returned from the function. And eventually, I'm just going to be left with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of code. So here I have a function that returns currently nothing, and then we export that function. Now, this is the core building block. This is the bare bones building block. A functional component is a JavaScript function. It has a capitalized name that matches the file name, and it returns what's known as JSX. In this case, JSX could just be a div. Now you might say, James, that's HTML, not JSX. Well, you're correct. JSX is just HTML that is JavaScript interactive, and we'll see what that looks like shortly, but just think of it as HTML that we can riddle with JavaScript, write JavaScript straight into it. And that makes it very easy to build dynamic web applications. Now, our whole application is going to be constructed out of these component building blocks, which is just going to be a whole lot of files that compartmentalize our project into different bodies of logic, different building blocks, and then we stack them together inside of our app and render them on the screen. And it's just a whole lot of functional components, a whole lot of building blocks. And the coolest thing about this process is that it makes it really easy to imagine what your app is going to look like, because you can just think of all the features, all the functionalities, and just be like, okay, cool, that's what I want my app to look like. Make a component for it, make a component for it, make a component for it, and then put them all together, and you've built yourself an application. And you don't end up with 1,000 lines of code. A component can be any size. It could just be one button that you want to reuse a whole lot of times. It could just be an entire application. It could just be a header section. It could just be a hero section. And that's what we're going to do now, is compartmentalize our application into two types of components. One is going to be a generic component, and one is going to be a layout component. So the first thing we're going to do inside of our source directory is right-click on source, select new folder, and call that folder components, all lowercase, and hit enter on that. And I'm also going to make sure I save this app. Now, components is going to be a folder directory that contains all of our componentry. And inside of here, we're going to have the generic components, and I'm going to right click and create a new folder, and this one's going to be called layouts. And so the second kind of component is going to be a layout component. And these are basically just like bigger components. So a layout is pretty much a whole page. And in this application, we're going to have a welcome page, a dashboard, and the challenge page, and also a layout. So what I'm going to do to start is right click on layouts, select new file, and we're going to create our first component. And it's going to be called welcome.jsx. Now, when we create a component, the first thing you need to know is that it needs to be capitalized, and the second thing it needs is the .jsx file extension. Once we have created that, what we're going to do is open up that file, and inside here, we're going to make our very own ReactJS functional component. Now, when I talked about them as building blocks and containers, you have to remember that essentially you can have components within components. So this welcome component is like a really big building block that's actually made up of a whole lot of little building blocks. So what we're going to do is we're going to say function welcome, capitalized welcome, circular braces for the arguments, curly braces for scoped code within that function. And technically this is now a functional component. However, inside of ReactJS, they have a couple more things to really be functional components. The first thing is we export default. Now, obviously, if we're creating these building blocks, we need to access them inside of our app because we can define a component here. We build the building block inside of its file, but now I need to actually place the building block, and we do that by rendering these components, and they get rendered inside of other components or at the end of the day inside our application. So these pages will ultimately be rendered inside of our app, and for us to be able to access them in different files, we need to export them from their own file. So we just export them as the default entity, which makes them super easy to import. And the other thing we need is inside the curly braces, inside the scoped code, we need to return some circular braces, and the circular braces are just going to currently contain a div. And this is JSX. And now we have created a functional component. We export a default function. It's called welcome, which is the name of the file. It's capitalized, and it returns JSX. Done. So now we can create our second page. So I'm going to right click on layouts, go new file, and this one is going to be called dashboard.jsx. And inside here, we're going to export space default dashboard, capitalized, circular braces, curly braces. And inside here, we're just going to return circular braces containing an empty div. And that is our second functional component. And we can go ahead and save that. And I forgot the function keyword because I'm a silly muppet. Export default function. Now we're going to have a third one. This third one is going to be called the challenge.jsx page. And inside here, we're going to export a default function called challenge, circular braces, curly braces, and just return a div. Simple. And so now I've already taken my application and I've compartmentalized it into three primary pages, three primary layouts, which is handy. But we can keep going. We're going to plan our project by creating an awesome folder directory. Now another component we're going to have is going to be called layout. So I'm going to right click on layouts, go new file, and this one is going to be called capital layout.jsx. Now inside here we're going to export a default function called layout, circular braces, and then we're just going to return a div. Simple. And with that functional component complete, we are now finished for our layout components. Now the reason we create a layout is because all of these pages will want to have a consistent layout. Now a layout is essentially a wrapper, which is typically just a header and a footer. So we can define a layout once and reuse it in all of these different pages, and we'll see what that looks like shortly. Now, outside of the layouts, we're going to need some other components, and these are just going to be, run-of-the-mill building blocks that are going to eventually become part of each of these pages. So what I'm going to do is right-click on Components, go New File, and one of them is going to be called countdown.jsx. Hit Enter, and inside here, I'm going to export a default function called countdown, circular braces, curly braces, and return, you guessed it, a div. Now countdown is going to be a component that contains the logic for our daily countdown. So if there's 24 hours in a day, currently it's 5 p.m. That means that I have, 5 until 10, 7 hours left in the day. And we can just isolate all of that logic to its own component, and then we can just render the component as many times as we want. And we know that if we need to go and modify this countdown, we just come to this component. Talk about some tidy, clean code. So good for compartmentalizing our project. Another feature that we're going to need on the dashboard is going to be a history section. So I'm going to right click on components, go new file, and it's going to be history.jsx. And this one, we're just going to export a default function called history, circular braces, curly braces, and we're just going to return a div. Now we have setup. Obviously these aren't finished components. We're going to come back to them and absolutely make them 1,000 times cooler. But for the minute, this is just the bare bones for a functional component. Now in terms of what history looks like, here we have the countdown. Here we have the history. This is what our history is going to look like. So we've got a component just for managing the history, which is super nice. Now another one that we have is obviously all of the stats. So we can just right click on components, create a new file, and go stats.jsx. And we can just export a default function called stats, curly braces, circular braces, curly braces, and return a div. We're almost done with our componentry. Then we can dive into our components. And three more, almost done. What we need is a progress bar component, and we need a start task component, and we need a portal, and the portal is going to be very special. But the coolest thing about all of this is that before I built these applications, I defined in my head what, I visualized the application by creating the components, and then I filled them out and they came to fruition, and that's kind of how my development process works. So anyway, three more components, let's rip through them, and then we can dive into the code. So first up, right click, new file. This one is going to be called portal.jsx. Now this one is going to be very special, but we'll revisit it later. Export default function, portal, curly braces, circular braces, return div. The nice thing about this also is that you'll get so good at creating componentry by the end of this. Right click on components, next component, we're going to need a progress bar. So progress, now when you have two words, the second word is also capitalized. So progressbar.jsx. Now, secret hack, if you come over to extensions down here and look up ReactJS, or is it just React? I think it's just React. And you find this ES7 plus ReactJS Redux React and install this. If you install this package, watch this. I can type, and once again, that was inside of the extensions tab. Just look up React and it should be the top one. I can just type RFC, React Functional Component, hit enter. Did you see that? The IntelliSense came up. I'll do it again. RFC, IntelliSense comes up. Hit enter on that. Done. React Functional Component complete. And then finally, the last one is going to be called, what is it? Start task. So start capitalized task.jsx, RFC, hit enter, and that is done. So that is step 2. So first we initialized our project, we configured everything. Step 2, now we have created our core building blocks that we're going to flesh out and develop into applications. The next thing we have to do is get them showing up on the screen and make sure they have some content. So that's a pretty good start. We have all our componentry sorted. From here, how it's going to go is we're going to boot up our application, see what it looks like totally blank. And then essentially the process is we're going to develop all the static content. So pretty much get everything on the page. Then we're going to style it. And then the last thing we'll do is we will make it interactive and then obviously deploy it once it's all interactive. So that's pretty much the process we're going to flow through. Adding some static content, making it look pretty, adding some more static content, making it look pretty, then make the whole thing interactive. Now, what we're going to do is boot up our application. We've come a long way so far. We've got all our componentry. Let's see what our application is looking like. Now, before we boot up our application, one thing we have to do is run npm install inside of our terminal, inside of the correct project directory. And if we hit enter on that command, what that's going to do is install all of the dependencies needed for our project, which as we saw earlier is pretty much React. And everything that gets installed is saved within this new folder directory that's available right here called node modules. Now we don't touch node modules, but you could look inside and see a whole lot of code packages that are required to boot up a React application with npm. So now that we've installed everything, what we can do is run a script. Now the script we'll be running is available inside of package.json. It's this dev script right here. And so what we do is we come into our terminal and we type npm run dev. And that just says to run the developer script. And if I hit enter on that, our application is going to start up on localhost. For me, it's 5173. I anticipate it is for you too. We can now copy that and paste that link into our browser, hit enter, and we have loaded our application. Now it's a blank screen. That's absolutely what we would expect. We can confirm that it is working by coming into our app.jsx, which currently returns this empty div. And you could write some content in here, save the component. I literally just wrote ASD, saved it. And Vite is going to restart our application. And that content is now going to show up on the page. Excellent. So we've created our building blocks. We'll probably add more later. We've booted up our application. Now we can really start adding some content. Now when it comes to styling our application, we are going to write a whole lot of styles, but we're also going to import a design or an element library called FantaCSS. And this is linked in the description down below. And what we're going to do is inside of our source directory just here is right click, go new file, and we're going to create a file called fanta.css just like that. Now for fanta.css, what you're going to need to do is head over to the GitHub repo for this project. Now the GitHub repo is linked in the description down below, and if you could star the repo, that would be super appreciated. Love that support. And when you open up the repo, you're going to want to look inside of the source directory and find the fanta.css file that's inside of the GitHub. And when you find it, what you want to do is copy all of the content. So I'm going to go ahead and paste it in just here. And it's about 721 lines of styling, and this is just 4 elements. And if I go ahead and save the page, nothing happens, and that's anticipated. But yeah, moral of the story, we're going to copy this across. It's just going to pre-style some of the elements. We're going to do all of the layouts and a lot of customization together. But this is just going to make it easier to build a beautiful application. Fanta.css is also linked in the description down below. There's a couple of versions of it at this point. There's a pink one, there's a traditional one, there's a blue theme, and then there's going to be a new theme coming out. So if you enjoy it, be sure to check that out as well. So now that we have this element styling CSS sheet, what we're going to do is come into main.jsx and make sure it's imported. Now index.css, this is where we're going to write all of our layout styles, is already tied to our React application because it's imported just here into the main.jsx. And so just beneath that line, we're going to import string./fanta.css, and that is going to import that FantaCSS file. And we can see that as soon as I save that main.jsx, our application has changed, and that's because the Fanta.css styles have now been applied. So now that we have that done, we can get started on our first component. Now, technically it's the first 2 components. The way we're going to begin is by starting off with page number 1, which is going to be welcome.js. Now, welcome.js is equivalent to a hero section or a landing page. So when a user comes to our application, this is the page that's going to greet them, tell them why they should use our application, affirm that it is in fact what they're looking for, and tell them everything they need to know to get started. So it's a very important page. The other one we're going to do is the layout. Now the layout is a wrapper, and that's just going to mean that we have a consistent header and a consistent footer across all of our pages. You know, with traditional HTML, you would have to write out the header and the footer, which essentially wrap your app in all of the different HTML documents. And that's super annoying because if you change one page, you then have to go and cascade the styles or the modifications throughout the rest of the pages. React, we don't have to worry about it. We can write a layout once, use it multiple times on every different page, And then if we need to change anything, we can just change the original version, and those changes will be cascaded throughout our application. So that's one of the advantages of componentry, is that you can write it once and use it multiple times. Now, when it comes to deciding when you need a component, the two deciding factors I have, one is if I'm going to be reusing a body of code a lot. So essentially, if I'm, for example, the layout, we're going to have a bunch of layouts. If I had a button that I was going to be using all the time, I'd make it a component for it. Write it once, render it loads of times. The other instance is when you're basically looking to create a building block. So compartmentalize a portion of your project. It should probably be a component. So we're going to begin inside of our layout. Now currently there's nothing in our layout, so what I'm going to do is inside the div, just here, say hello world, just like that, and save that component. So I now have some content inside of this div. If I come into my application, it's not there. This is the next step. So we've defined the component. Now what we have to do is render it. Now components can have components rendered within them. They're called nested components. In this case, our app is the top level component. So everything is essentially rendered within the app. So what we're going to do is come into our app just here, and right now we have a div. What we're going to do is on atop the div just here, we're going to render the layout. Now the way the layout works, or the way rendering components works, is we essentially write them in as if they were just a plain old HTML tag. For example, I have the little alligator, and then I write layout, capital layout, and just here we can see an auto import line comes up. I'm going to hit enter on that, and then I'm going to render the layout component. Now it's important that we import the components. If you remember, when we define the components, we export them. That's so we can import them into, the place that we're going to render them. Now in this case, we have an opening and closing tag for this layout component, and there is a reason that we're going to do that. A lot of components can be self-closing, which means that you only need the opening tag. We'll learn the distinction shortly. But currently we have some underlines just here, some red underlines. So that suggests that our React application is not happy. Now something that is very important to understand inside of React componentry is that components can only return one thing. Currently this component is trying to return two things, and that doesn't make any sense. So the way that I would convert it into one thing is I could wrap it inside of a div. If I wrap it inside of a div, then we're pretty much just returning the one thing, but the one thing happens to contain some other stuff, and that's absolutely fine. That's no worries at all. But it's just important to be aware of that when you're returning stuff, you can only essentially return quote unquote one thing, even if that one thing contains a whole lot of stuff. Now in this case, I actually don't want these extra divs. What I actually want is for my layout to be the wrapper. If you remember, all of the content on our page is sandwiched between the header and the footer. So, it's intuitive to think of it as children contents. So what I'm going to do is separate the opening and closing layout component tags onto different lines, and I'm going to put this ASD div on the inside. So now I'm essentially just returning one thing, the layout component. It's rendered within the app. Because it's rendered within the app, it should come up on the screen because the app is what gets rendered on the screen. And also anything that we have inside of our layout should also be rendered on the screen. Now when I go ahead and save this, something interesting is going to happen, and we're going to discuss it. So I'm going to save this. Now inside here I have my ASD, and inside of my layout I have hello world. What do you think is going to come up on the screen? On the screen we have hello world. So on one hand, that's absolutely excellent because it confirms that we have successfully rendered our layout. Our layout now shows up on the screen, specifically the content that is returned from that layout component. So we've learned how to render componentry after we've created componentry. However, what isn't showing up is ASD. Now this is an important concept to be familiar with, and it's essentially properties of components. And there's two types of properties of components. One property of components is children. Now, children contents is anything contained within the opening and closing component tags. So in this case, when we think about our layout, it has this div as children, and I could copy this div and I could paste it, and now the layout has two divs as its children, and that's absolutely fine. And because this children becomes a property of the tag or the component, when we create these custom components, we have to essentially tell these components that, oh, you actually do have children, and this is what you need to do with them. Because if we come into our layout component, what you can do is hold Command or Control and click on the actual component, and it will take you directly into it. That's a cool little hack. Equally, you can select layout from over here. But when we come into this component, this is where we've defined it. Technically, this component now has children properties. But the thing is that we haven't told it where it needs to render its children with respect to the content that's actually already inside the component. So when we encapsulate content within the opening and closing component tags, what we have to do is tell the component to expect or receive this. And we do this by giving it the argument called props. Props, short for properties. So if I add props as an input or argument to this functional component, what I can do is above the return in here, I can have a whole lot of JavaScript. And what I'm going to do is destructure the children out from the props. And I recognize this can be a little bit confusing, but we'll do it lots and it will become more comfortable as we practice. So we're going to say const, or I mean, what you could do is you could just say props. It's like an object.children. Simple. That would allow you to access the children. We're actually going to say console.log props. Let's actually just take a look at props. So I've said that now this layout is receiving properties specifically of type children, and I've added a console.log in here, and because this component is rendered, that console.log should show up in our browser. So we'll save this. We're going to come into our browser, still no ASD, but if I right click inspect and come over to the Chrome developer tools and come into the console, we can see just here inside of our layout, we have an object logging to the console. And this object has some children, and that's a whole lot of weird stuff. But the moral of the story is that it has two children elements, and we've confirmed that. So we could access that key from within this props object, or better than that, we could destructure out children. So we could say const curly braces children equals to props, and that's the JavaScript destructuring syntax. Now, if you want to brush up on your JavaScript, I have a full course for it linked in the description down below. Might be worth checking out. Anyway, now that we have essentially told the layout to expect the children, what we can do is specify exactly where they should be rendered. So if we think about it in the context of our hello world, what I'm going to do is put hello world onto some new lines just here. And I could essentially render the children above or below. Now this is where, you know how earlier I said that JSX is just HTML, but it's JavaScript interactive? This is where JSX suddenly gets really cool. What I can do is take this JavaScript right here, this children entity, and because I know it's essentially JSX in a different component, I can inject it into the JSX of the layout. And I do that by adding curly braces. Now, whenever we want to write JavaScript inside of JSX, we need to use curly braces, and anything inside the curly braces becomes JavaScript. For example, I could write 2 multiplied by 2. I've written JavaScript inside the JSX. However, when I save that, 4 comes up on the screen. So that's case in point that the JavaScript is running. Now, instead of 2 by 2, I'm actually going to throw the children directly in here. And this is essentially saying, okay, layout, you're receiving children. Now I'm specifying exactly where to render them. I'm going to save that. And now the children comes, renders on the screen above hello world, as you would expect, because the children is told or specified to render above hello world. And if I put that below hello world, it would now render below hello world. So that's essentially why we need to specify where inside that component the children is to be rendered, and of course why it doesn't happen by default. So just to summarize that process, as I said, we'll go over it again. When we render out a component with opening and closing tags and it has children elements contained within the opening and closing tags, that doesn't get rendered by default. We have to tell that component to expect the children props or properties, and then consequently specify exactly where to render it inside of that component. The cool thing about this is, though, now we have successfully rendered our layout, and we can render all of our pages within here. So what that's going to look like is, instead of having these 3 divs, what I'm going to do is render out welcome, hit enter on the auto import, and this one's going to be self-closing. So I've just imported welcome right there. I've got the import line at the top, and I have rendered it, and it's a self-closing component. And the reason it's self-closing is because I don't anticipate it to have any children elements above and beyond what is written inside of the component. Now we can do the same for the dashboard. Is it called dashboard? I believe it is dashboard. Yep, dashboard.jsx, there's a component in there, perfect. So we can say render out dashboard. The auto import's not coming up for this one, that's all good, we can write it, and this one's also going to be self-closing. And remember components are capitalized. So now I can say up the top of my component, my app, I can say import dashboard from string dot slash component slash layouts slash dashboard. That's the import line done. And then after that, I can render out the challenge self-closing component, and we can just make sure we import that one as well. So that's going to be import challenge from dot slash components slash layouts slash challenge. Beautiful. So we've now imported and rendered 4 components, one of which is or contains children, and the other 3 are self-closing. Now obviously they don't have any content inside them, so nothing shows up, but what we could do is come into welcome, and we could just make sure that div contains the text welcome, save that component. We could come into dashboard and make sure that has dashboard written inside the divs, save that, and do the same for challenge. We could come into challenge and say challenge, save that, and now what I would expect is to have my layout, and that has welcome, dashboard, and challenge. They are all rendering successfully. And the last thing I'm going to do is come back into my layout, and up here I'm going to have header written above the children and footer written beneath it. Just like that, and suddenly you can, imagine how this creates the semantic structure of our application. We have our header and our footer sections, they wrap the children. And if I save that and come back to our page, we have the header, we have the 3 pages, we have the footer at the bottom. And now all we have to do is conditionally render each page, which we'll see how to do shortly. Now that we've got the components rendering, what we're going to do is focus on the layout. Now the layout is super cool. What we're going to do is pretty much just, instead of writing out the words header, we're going to insert them directly in here. So up here we're going to have a header, very simple. Underneath the children we're going to have a footer component or footer tags, and header can continue to say header for the second, and footer can continue to say footer. So now we have created header and footer tags, and we've still got the text up there. And if you came into elements inside of the dev tools and scroll down, we can see that our structure so far is we have the div with the ID of root. That is the index.html. That's this one right here. That's where our app gets injected into. And inside of here, we have a random div. We're going to deal with that one in a second because currently it's just an extra div that we don't need. And then we have our header, our 3 divs, which is our welcome, or our 3 pages essentially, and then our footer at the bottom. So that's perfect. Now, the question becomes, what do we do about this pesky div just here? Because if we remove it, you'll remember that we break that rule of trying to return one thing. We don't have, this is trying to return 3 things. We're trying to return the header, the children, and the footer. But I don't want to wrap them inside of a div because then I'm going to have that extra div. What I essentially need is like an empty div. Well, React is 10 steps ahead of you. What we can do when we're trying to return a whole lot of things, but we don't want to wrap it inside of some kind of container like a div, is we can return what's known as React fragments. And a fragment is just an empty tag. So it's just the opening and closing tags, or the opening and closing pair, but without specifying exactly which tag it is. And I can just enter them on some new lines and make sure that all of my content is children to the React fragments. They kind of look like fragments, to be honest, which is how I remember it. And now we can see the red underlines go away, and I'm essentially just returning one React fragment. However, now when I go ahead and save this, we'll notice that that pesky extra div is gone. And now we just have our app, our layout, and the 3 subpages rendered within that div with the ID of root. Now that's actually brilliant. That's a huge milestone in terms of our application, because layouts are very important, and we have to get it right. And it's also got some ever so slightly more complex React concepts necessary to make sure that is fully functional. So it's cool that we've done that, and now that we have the header, the children, and the footer, we can just about dive into the welcome page number 1. The last thing I'm going to do is beneath the header create a main section and just make sure that the children sits within the main, and that's just great for all of the semantics. So with that done, we now have our header, our main, and our footer, and we can go ahead and start adding some content to our layout and then our welcome page. Now, the header is actually relatively straightforward, which is absolutely brilliant. What we're going to do inside the header is just have an h1 element, and this is going to be called, what do we call the app? Copacetic, just like that. And this h1 is going to have a class equal to text-gradient, and this is a FantaCSS style. So if I go ahead and save that, we now have Copacetic coming up as the app name. And then for the footer, what we're going to do is give it a bit of content. It's going to start off with a small tag, and that's going to say created by. And then underneath that, we're going to have an anchor tag. This one's going to be a link to a social profile or potentially a GitHub. So we'll give it a target attribute of _blank. That makes sure that the link opens up inside of a new tag. We'll give it an href for the second. It's just going to be / so it doesn't take us anywhere. And then inside here, we're going to have some content. And then after that, we're going to have an icon. So for the second, I'm just going to have a placeholder called icon. So if we go ahead and save that and come back to our app, now we have our header and we have the beginnings of our footer. Now the next thing we're going to learn how to do is add icon sets to our application and tidy up this footer and then style the layout. So now that we're all set up with our layout, our next objective is to build out the welcome page. So the welcome page is pretty straightforward. Essentially what we're looking at is just the title for the application, some text essentially describing what the app does. It's kind of like a hero section. Then we've got some conversion text. We've got a user engagement, which kind of acts as a call to action. And upon clicking this start button, that will take them into the second page, which is the dashboard. So this is kind of like the landing page for our application, telling the user what the app does, why they should sign up, and also making them feel like they're exactly who this app is for, so something to resonate with. So first up, let's get started with these icons. Now, I like to use the Font Awesome icon set, so we're gonna Google Font Awesome, if I can spell that correctly, Font Awesome CDN 6.0. This will be linked in the description down below. Select this library, and then we're going to scroll down, and you see this top link right here. We're going to copy the link tag by clicking this part of it. And then inside of our project, this is essentially metadata. So we have to add this link tag inside of the index.html within the head opening and closing tags. So just underneath the title, I'm going to go ahead and paste that in. And while we're in here, what we're going to do is change the title from Vite plus React to Copacetic. And then we're going to say better, or I feel like we should have a good word for this, but words to know. I don't know, something simple like that. So that's going to be the new title of our application, and that should be reflected just up here. So now this says Copacetic words to know. If you can think of something more creative, let me know in the comments down below, but we need a good title for our app. So now that we've imported this link tag, if we come back into the layout component, what we can do now is come over to fontawesome.com. This will also be linked in the description down below. We can open the main menu, look for icons, and then we can search for, and I'm going to look for GitHub. just like that. And if we search and click this free button, it's going to give us the free brand icons. And so now I'm going to select GitHub. I'm going to come down. I know it says React here, but don't click React. Just copy this plain icon. So click on it to copy it. And then when we have this big text icon, we're going to paste that in. Now, one thing I've failed to mention, I've let you down. When we're adding classes inside of React, you cannot use the word class. It's a reserved keyword. It has to be class name. So when we added this text gradient up here, we gave it a class name attribute, not a class equals to. So down here for this icon, we have to update this so it's also class name equal to. And if we go ahead and save that and come back to our application, now we can see we have a tiny little wee GitHub icon, and that is absolutely perfect, just what we're looking for. And now we can go ahead and finish this link. Now the link is going to take me to GitHub, specifically to the GitHub repo for this project, so we'll come back and change the link at the very end. But what we're going to do is come over to our profile. Now you will need, if you have a LinkedIn profile, feel free to use your LinkedIn profile. I'm going to use GitHub for this. Whatever online profile you have is perfect. If you don't have a GitHub, I'd highly recommend just making one because it's a great thing to have. And what we're going to do is copy the GitHub link for your page. We'll update it so it's specifically for this GitHub repo later. And we're going to paste that in for the href of this anchor tag. And the other thing we're going to do is right click on your image, open it in a new tab, and copy that link. This is me when I got my driver's license in Bikini Bottom. And now that we have that, what we're going to do is create an image in here. So we're going to create a regular plain old image tag. It's going to have an alt attribute equal to PFP for profile picture. It's going to have an SRC or source attribute equal to, paste in that link, and that is going to be a self-closing image tag. And after the image, still within the anchor, we're going to have a paragraph that has @JamesMCA, and that's going to be your username. So JamesMCA, just like that, that's my username. And this icon is actually meant to be within the anchor tag. So make sure that the icon is inside the anchor tag. So the anchor tag has an image, a paragraph, and an icon. And if we go ahead and save that and come back to our application, we now have a mighty great big anchor tag down the bottom. We have the image loading in, we have the text, and if I click it, it opens up my GitHub page, which is perfect. So now that we have that, let's go ahead and style out this content. Now all the styles, obviously we've got the element styling inside of FantaCSS, and that is why, for example, we can have a text gradient just here. It's why we've got different fonts applied. It's why the text color is a certain way. It's why the background is how it is, and it's why this anchor tag looks the way that it does. For all the extra styles we're going to add, they're going to be inside of our index.css. Now this file is going to have a fair few styles, and we're going to start at the top, and the index.css is pretty much going to match the flow of our page. So it's obviously going to start off with our application. Now our whole application, if we look at the HTML breakdown on the side, is pretty much, as I said, inside of that div with the ID of root. So we're going to go #root to select that parent div within which our application, our ReactJS application, is injected, and we're going to style that first, and we're going to give it a min-height of 100% of the view height, so that's the full height of the screen. We're going to give it a max-width of 700 pixels. That's going to limit the width. We're going to give it a width of 100%, so it will occupy the full width of the page until it reaches that max width breakpoint. And then when it reaches that max width breakpoint, we want it to have a margin of 0 space auto, so that way any extra width is allocated evenly on either side. And so what that's going to do is it's going to automatically center our app in the middle of the page. So we can see if I come out here, the margin is being applied currently to either side of the root. That's the little orange. That's perfect. And finally, we're going to give it a display of flex and a flex direction of column. If you want to brush up on flex, display flex, I have a video for it linked in the roadmap, which might be of use. But we'll be doing a lot of it today anyway. Now the reason I made it a flexible container is so that I can tell the main to be greedy with the space and automatically push the footer to the bottom. Now the next thing we're going to do is target the header, main, footer. So we're going to select all three and give each of them a padding of 1 rem. So that's just going to push all of them in a little bit. We're going to get a nice padding above the header, a padding above the main, and a padding above the footer, or around the footer. And then under that, we're going to select the main specifically, and we're going to give it a flex of 1, which basically says to take up as much space within its parent's flexible container as possible. And that's inadvertently going to automatically push the footer to the bottom. So here, we're saying to the main, be as greedy with the space as possible, which means that the footer gets pushed to the bottom and the header stays up the top, which is kind of nice. That's exactly how you would expect a page to work. Now inside the main, we're also going to give it a display of flex and a flex direction of column and a gap of 2 rem. And the main is obviously going to contain our pages. So here we can see our pages spaced out by 2 rem. That's looking pretty good. Underneath that, what we're going to do is target the now footer. So what I'm going to do is actually create a heading. So up the very top of our CSS, this is going to be general, all caps, commented out, come to the bottom, and this is going to be footer, all caps, commented out. Underneath footer, we're going to have media queries, all commented out. Above the footer, we're going to have some portal styles, just like that. So these are just headings for our CSS styles so that they're easy to find later as this file continues to grow. So up the top, we have our general styles. We'll come and add to these later. We've got the portal. We'll see about that later. The footer we can absolutely do right now. And then we have the media queries down the bottom, and we'll touch on them shortly. So for our footer, what we're going to do is underneath that heading just here, we're going to add some footer styles. And that's going to start off with selecting the footer. Now we're going to select it directly by its element, so we don't need a dot or a pound. And inside here, what we're going to do is give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column. And just before I continue, obviously just up here, I'm selecting these tags directly as well. So I'm not using a class or ID selector. If you want to brush up on your CSS, check out the HTML and CSS course linked in the description down below. That's freely available on YouTube, and it covers all of this material. Anyway, so we've got the footer. It's got a display of flex, a flex direction of column. We're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem. The only children it has, if you recall, is the small tag and then the actual anchor tag. And what I might do is just split this open on the right, just so it's available over here. It's kind of small, but it'll do. So we have the footer, it's got that gap just there. Underneath that, we're going to align the items centrally. We'll give it a padding. This is going to override the padding we set above of 3 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. And we're going to give it a padding dash bottom of 4 rem specifically, so that way it just pushes everything down. And now we have our footer element. It's centered in the middle. We've got a tiny gap. We've got a padding above, a padding below, and all the content is centered. Now within that, we have to target the anchor. So we're going to say footer and select the anchor tag directly within the footer. And there's only one of them. And inside here, we're going to give this a display of flex, align the item center. So we're going to take advantage of the default row orientation. We're going to give it a gap of 0.5 rem, a padding of 0.3 rem. We're going to give it a padding dash right, specifically of 0.5 rem. We'll see why very shortly. We're going to give it a background. It's going to be a variable amount. So this is going to be var circular braces, and this is going to be a FantaCSS value. And that's going to be dash dash background dash muted. After that, we're going to have a border dash radius of 4 rem. A border of 1 pixel solid transparent. Now there's a good reason we set a transparent border, and I'll talk about it shortly. We're going to give it a transition duration of 200 milliseconds so that any visual effects don't occur instantly. They take 200 milliseconds. And finally, a text decoration of none. And that is simply because anchor tags by default have an underline, and we don't want that. So if we go ahead and save that, we come back and we've got this weird looking tag over here that's doing some random stuff, which, you know, we're making progress. We've got the flex row, we've got the icon, that's all good. Now after that, what we're going to do is come to the footer anchor hover. So we're going to select, or basically target, the hover state of the anchor tag within the footer. And this is going to be a border dash color of a variable amount, and that's going to be dash dash color dash link. So we've got var, and that's a FantaCSS color. And so what this is going to do is we set the border to transparent until we hover, and then we modify the border color. And if I save that, now when I hover, our border shows up. Now, if we didn't specify this border in advance, then essentially whenever we would hover, it would create this border, and it looks real janky because it adds a pixel and everything jumps around. So it's important that we make it transparent so that it actually exists, it takes up the space, and then all we do is modify the color on the hover. Now, obviously the image looks pretty bad, so we'll go footer, anchor, and then the image within the anchor. Select the tags directly. We're going to give that a max dash width of 30 pixels, an aspect ratio of 1:1, so 1/1, so it's perfectly square, and a border dash radius of 100%, so it's totally rounded. And if I save that, now we have our little image down here, and we've got a slightly larger padding right over here to space out around that icon. And if I click this, this opens up to our GitHub, and this is absolutely just my favorite footer attribute at the moment, so that you can author your project. It's not overbearing, it doesn't look like a crazy footer, but at the same time it takes people to, you know, it credits you, it takes them where they need to go. So now that we have that done, we can scroll down, it's nice and responsive, looks pretty good. What we're going to do is just set up some media queries very quickly. For this project, we actually only need one media query. So down the bottom, we're going to say at media, oh, if I can spell that right, circular braces, and that's going to be min dash width of :640 pixels, curly braces. Now that essentially says when we reach the minimum width criteria, so if our application is larger in width than 640 pixels, then any styles in here will override. And this means that we're designing our application on mobile first. So every style above this media query is for a mobile device. And then only when we hit these media queries, so as our screen grows, then we apply gradually bigger and bigger styles. And the reason we do this is because it's so much easier to style it for a mobile application and scale it up secondarily than do that process in reverse. If you start off with an overflowing application and then try to make everything fit, you're just going to set yourself up for failure. So do mobile first, and then we'll come back and do the desktop layouts later. So with that done, we have set up our media query for later, so we can add some styles in there. We've done the basic stuff for our layout, and now we can jump into the welcome page. Now the welcome page is actually pretty straightforward. So what I'm going to do is close the index.css and come into welcome.jsx. Now welcome.jsx doesn't have too much content. For every page, the first thing we're going to do is swap out these divs for sections. So we're going to have sections just like that. And what I'm going to do for every page is give each section an ID. And this one is going to be welcome. You could also do hero, recalling that the ID attribute of an HTML tag is applied to the opening tag, and it has to be unique. Now inside this section, we're going to start off with an h3 tag, and this is going to have a class name attribute equal to text-large and special-shadow. And since there's two classes, we have to space separate them in the middle. Text large is just a bigger text size, that's FantaCSS coming in. Special shadow is also FantaCSS, we'll see what that looks like very shortly. And inside here, we're going to say 365 days, period, self-closing break tag, and then 1,000 words. Because that's approximately what it's going to be. And I actually think it might be more like 400 words. So maybe what I'll do is say 365 words. People don't need to know the exact amount. It's thereabouts. It might be like 500 words. But the point is we're learning at least a word a day over the course of an entire year. Now what we're going to do underneath, or first let's actually just go ahead and save that. Here we have it, that special shadow. We can see a nice blue glow. Looks pretty good, and the text is huge, which is perfect, just what we want. Underneath that H3, we're going to have an H6 element, and this is going to say, build your lexicon, where lexicon essentially just means your personal dictionary, so how many words you know. And underneath that, we're going to have a break tag, and then we're going to have start your challenge today, exclamation. So if we save that, here we've got build your lexicon, start your challenge today, exclamation. So that's perfect. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is ask for a user's name. So we're going to get them to input their name. Now there's a real process to forms in React, which we'll learn all about shortly, but just for now, we're going to add it statically, so it won't be properly interactive, but that's all good for the minute. And before we add the input, we're going to actually throw it inside of a div. So we're going to have a div just here, and then we're going to have our input, and that's going to be self-closing. It's going to have a type equal to text and a placeholder equal to enter your name, ... And then after the input, we're going to have a button, and this is just going to say, or it's going to have an H6 more specifically, and that's going to say start. And then we're going to have ampersand RARR semicolon, and that's going to be the HTML code for a right arrow. And so if I go ahead and save that, we have a start arrow and we have an input, and both of these elements are styled by FantaCSS and they look super neat. So eventually what you'll be able to do is type in your name just here and then click start, and you'll be off to the dashboard. Now currently we actually have all three pages showing. So we have the welcome, we also have the dashboard and the challenge. We'll learn how we can conditionally render them. So basically write logic to determine which page is showing. We'll learn all about that very shortly. But for now, let's just go ahead and style out the welcome section. So we're going to jump back into index.css, and just underneath main, we're going to add a few more styles, starting off with the section. Now the section is going to be a generic style, so we're going to target it directly, and it's obviously going to be the wrapper or container element for each of our pages, and that's just going to have a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a gap of 1.5 rem. So if I go ahead and save that, that should apply these styles and spread out the content on our welcome section, which is just what we want, and that's exactly what we see, which is perfect. And then underneath that, what I'm going to do is in all capitals, I'm going to say welcome page and comment that out. And in here, we're going to have our styles for our welcome page. Now for the welcome page, we're going to target it by saying pound or hash welcome. And that's going to select the section with that ID specifically. And in here, we're going to give this a flex of 1. And that's once again going to ensure it's super greedy. So now we can see that this welcome page is taking up all the space, pushing the dashboard and the challenge down to the bottom. Now we're also going to justify the content center. And you have to recall that the section already has a display of flex. The hash welcome is just going to add some extra styles. So we're adding justify center. And now the content is centered vertically in the page. So that looks pretty good. Obviously, we're massively zoomed out, so as we come up to a full zoom, it looks more appropriate. But let's just keep it zoomed out for the second during development. And what we're also going to do in here is actually boost the gap to a 2.5 rem. So we're going to spread everything out even more. That's just going to be the default gap for a section, but the welcome is going to be spread out a bit further. And we're going to give it a padding dash top of 1 rem. Now inside here, what we're also going to do is go hash welcome and target the SVG. Now we don't have the SVG element in here, but we will soon. And this is going to select the SVG within the welcome section. And this is going to have a height of 25 pixels. Now the SVG is going to be copied directly from the GitHub, which is linked in the description down below. So you'll need to head over to the GitHub, come into the source directory, into welcome, and just after lexicon, so just above the break right here, after lexicon. So we've got build your lexicon, and then what we're going to do is get rid of the period, and in here I'm going to paste in an SVG. So this is the SVG right here, and if I go ahead and save that, Now we have this tiny little star right here, which just looks super pretty. So that's pretty much the SVG, and we just styled it to be that small size. Now beneath the SVG, we have to go hash welcome, target the section, and then the div within the section. And then for this div, we're going to give it a display of flex, a flex direction of column, and a gap of 1 rem. And if you recall, that contains the input and the button, so they still sit nice and close to one another. Underneath that, we can go hash welcome and target the input. This is going to have a font size of 2 rem, so we're going to boost it nice and large. And we're also going to adjust the maximum width to 100%. So that way we don't hit any max width criteria. Now we have a nice big input to, allow someone to type in their name. That looks pretty good. I might just come up to our 2.5 rem gap and drop that down to a 2 rem inside of the welcome, hash welcome style. It's just looking a bit too far apart. And finally, we have one last style within the welcome. So we're going to say hash welcome and target the button, which is going to be the start button. And this is going to have a display of grid. We're going to do that so we can place the items in the center. And that's going to center the children content, which is just that H6 right there. We use the H6 so that we can take advantage of the font family associated with the H6. And finally, we're going to give it a padding of 1 rem vertically and 2 rem horizontally. So that's just going to boost up the size of the button. And just like that, we have pretty much styled out our welcome page. So now we've styled the layout and we've styled the welcome page. It's time to get these sub pages conditionally rendered so that they're not always showing up. But you can imagine that this is coming along pretty nicely. It looks pretty good. If we come onto a mobile device, that's what we're looking at. 365 days, 365 words. Build your lexicon, start your challenge today. People get what's going on, that it speaks to them. Like build your language. That's exactly what the app is going to do. And then we're straight into it. So it's, hopefully a highly converting landing page. With that all said, let's now dive into conditionally rendering the pages and then, actually building out the dashboard and the challenge page. So now that we have the welcome screen done, the next one we're going to be working on is the home dashboard. So our objective now is to pretty much build out the simple dashboard that has a nice little welcome card. It's got some analytics about the user. In this case, we haven't started doing anything, but it tells us a bit about our streak, the words seen, the accuracy of our performance. It also shows us what day we're up to. It's got a call to action to get started, what we're up for today, how much longer we have to do it, and also the history, where the history is going to essentially have all of our previous attempts. Now, for learning a language, you need to be doing this all the time. In this case, learning vocab, we want to make it so that they only have 24 hours to complete this objective, and if they fail, we send them back to the very beginning. So that's why the history is going to save previous records and basically say, on this particular streak started here, you got up to day 200 before you had to start over. So it's time to dive into our next page, which is the dashboard. Now, one thing I want to do just quickly before we do that is I don't like having your and your. So on the hero inside of welcome, I'm just going to change that text down here. Start your challenge. It's going to say start the challenge today. The instead of your. So that's just going to swap out that lingo, and I prefer that saying the. And now we have made that adjustment, what we're going to do is learn how to conditionally render pages. So because I don't want to just have all of my pages showing up. Currently we've got all the pages showing up, so we need to do something about that. Now we're going to learn half the solution now, the other half later, but what we're going to have to do is come into our app, because that is where we essentially we render out our 3 pages. So welcome is page 1, dashboard is page 2, challenge is page 3. They're called pages, but essentially we're just conditionally rendering each depending on a condition. So what I'm going to do inside of my functional app is define a variable that says const page equal to, and it's going to be either 0, 1, or 2. So 0 is for welcome, 1 is for dashboard, 2 is for challenge. Pretty straightforward. And underneath that, what I'm going to do is define an object, and this is going to be called const pages, and that's equal to an object. And this is where conditional rendering gets pretty cool. Inside of pages, what I'm going to do is define a key called 0, and the value associated with that key is going to be welcome. So I'm going to copy welcome and paste it in there. Now React very kindly lets us use, or essentially have JSX or components, and just treat them as if they were JavaScript values. So React is perfectly happy with us having this JSX, this component rendering, within the JavaScript section of our functional component outside of the JSX. So essentially, a welcome component is associated with page or key 0 inside of our pages dictionary. Then we're going to have a comma, we're going to have a 1, and that's going to be our dashboard. So we're going to render dashboard. Technically, this in itself is not actually going to render them. This is just assigning them to some logic. The only stuff that gets rendered on the screen is what's returned from the functional component, but we'll get to that in a second. And finally, I'm going to have 2, and that's going to be challenge self-closing tag. So these are our pages, and what I'm going to do is come down to our layout and remove the 3 components. And you might say to me, but James, how are we going to render them? Where have they all gone? Well, the solution is simple. What I'm actually going to do is write JavaScript inside of my JSX, and I do that with curly braces. Remember the curly braces? So now I have some curly braces, so I could write JavaScript in here. I could say console.log hello world, do whatever, point is I can have JavaScript inside of my HTML. Now, as you might imagine, I'm not looking to have or render out this particular JavaScript. What I actually want to render is one of these pages. And so what I'm going to do is inside of the curly braces, I'm going to say, look up pages, go to that dictionary. Specifically within that dictionary, we want to access a certain index. So we're going to have the square braces to look up a key inside of that dictionary. And we want to look up the page, or actually let's label it selected page. So what I'm going to do is look up the key selected page, and I'm going to change this variable from page to selected page. It's just a little bit more explicit. So selected page is currently 0, which is for the welcome. And so now what this logic is going to do, look how tidy this looks. This is why people love React. That's just so clean. We have 3 lines of code for our JSX, what gets rendered. And essentially this just says, okay, go to our pages dictionary and look up our selected page. And whatever that is what will get rendered. So if I make this adjustment, we now get rid of dashboard and challenge down here, and we only show page 0. If I were to change selected page to 1, what do you think would show up? I would anticipate the dashboard to be the keyword, and that is in fact what shows up. And eventually we'll learn how to make this user interactive. So a user click can vary the selected page, but we'll come back to that later. That's part of creating, or basically making our app interactive. For now, we're still technically just doing static content, even if we're doing it the smart way, which is leveraging some cool React features. So now that we can conditionally render our pages, we've got our dashboard showing up. That's actually just what we want. So we can head on over into the dashboard, which is perfect. So I'm going to come into our dashboard, and inside of our dashboard, we're going to clear out the text. And I'm actually also going to remove these divs because we need a section. Remember, every page starts off with a section, and that's going to have an ID of dashboard. Now, inside of the dashboard, we're actually going to have nested components. So I'm not going to write all the logic for the dashboard inside of this component. I got away with it inside of welcome because there just wasn't that much content, so it was absolutely fine. I didn't need to break it further or break it down into more building blocks, into further subcomponentry. However, with the dashboard, there's quite a lot going on, so I am going to further break it down into subcomponentry. And so inside of the dashboard, we're going to render 3 subcomponents. One is going to be stats, so we're going to render out stats just like that, and that's going to be self-closing. And stats is a component that we've created down here, so we'll need to import it. And it's a self-closing component because it doesn't contain any children contents above and beyond what's actually going to be rendered inside that component. So we're going to have to import stats from /stats, just like that. Underneath stats, we're going to have the countdown. So we're going to render out countdown. And that's going to be, once again, self-closing. And we'll add the import line. So we'll say import countdown from string ... / countdown. And finally, underneath countdown, if you recall, we have the history. So we're going to render out history. And that's going to be self-closing as well. And we're going to import history from string ... / history. So these are the relative import statements. We have 3 import lines and we have 3 self-closing components rendered within our application. If we save that, we have no errors, and that's because everything is happy days. Now currently these components are being rendered, but if we come into each of them, they are totally blank. So we need to do something about that, and we're going to start off with stats. Now stats has a few things going on. So we're going to fill out the content. First up, to get started with the JSX, what we're going to do is begin by giving this first div a class. So we're going to say class name equals as an attribute to the opening tag, and it's going to be a card. It's going to have a card class, and that's FantaCSS. And then we're going to give it a secondary class. So we're going to space separate them, and that's going to be stats-card. Inside of that div, we're going to have another div, and this one's going to have a class name equal to welcome-text. Welcome-text is going to have an H6 element that says welcome, and then an H4 that has a class name equal to text-large, so that's FantaCSS. And this is going to have something called name. Now name is going to be dynamic. If you recall on welcome, we got the user to input a name. So we're going to need to get that name, fetch it, dig it out of the JavaScript, and can render it on the screen using the curly braces by injecting JavaScript into the JSX. For the second, that's part of the wiring up process, I'm just going to hard code a static value. So it's going to be a variable called const name equals to string James. Just like this, and this is going to go above the return statement. So now that I've hard-coded James, what I can do is inside the H4, I can pretty much set it up for when name is wired up later, and we can inject that value directly into the H4 by adding the curly braces because we need to inject the JavaScript, and I can just reference the name James. So if I go ahead and save that, we have the card showing up. That's FantaCSS, so that's pre-styled, and we have welcome James showing up. Now underneath the H4 and the div beneath that, we are going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name equal to stats-column. And this is going to be a 1 or 3 column grid depending on the screen size. And in here we're going to have 3 subdivs, where each subdiv is essentially its own column. The first div is going to have a paragraph that says streak, and then we're going to have an emoji, and it's going to be the little flame emoji right there. Is that going to show up? It did. Perfect. And underneath that, we're going to have an H4 value, and this is going to have some more curly braces because this is going to be a dynamically calculated value. Now we're going to need some more hard-coded information up here, so we're going to have a second variable up the top underneath const name, and that's going to be const day equal to, let's say 16. Now the day pretty much keeps track of how far the user is into the application and consequently what words they're going to be learning for this particular day. Now, let's say hypothetically we're on day 16. Obviously we're going to hard code it for now, make it fully automated later. If they're up to day 16, that means that their current streak is 15 long. So inside here, what we're going to do is inside the curly braces, we're going to inject day and subtract 1 from it. So now if I save that, we have a streak and that says 15. And the cool thing about this is that eventually when all of this is fully automatic and not hard-coded, then this JSX doesn't need to be updated. It will automatically adjust depending on how far the user is through our app. So, once again, you can just see how awesome ReactJS is for developing interactive, dynamic applications. Now that's our first div. We're going to have 2 more divs just in here. I'm going to copy that first one and paste it down twice. So I've got 3 of them all up. Each div contains a paragraph and an H4. The second one is going to have the heading of words seen. And the last one is going to have a heading of accuracy. And that's going to have some circular braces and contain a percentage. Now for the second, I'm just going to say 101 for words seen and give an accuracy of 93.3. For the 93.3, I'm going to say dot to fixed to 2 decimal places, and that's just going to be a prompt for later when we come and adjust these values. Now I am hard coding these now for the minute because they require utility functions which we haven't yet added, but we will when we come and once again make this app fully interactive. But if I go ahead and save that, you can imagine that as soon as I style these to be a 3-column grid, we'll have all of that information sorted, and that will be happy days. So these are kind of the metrics we're going to keep track of: how many words the user has seen, what their accuracy in answering is, and what their current streak is. Now finally, down the very bottom of our app, just above the closing div, remember we can only return one thing, and that's essentially going to be this one div. Down here, we're going to render out another nested component, and that's going to be the progress bar. So I'm going to render out progress capital bar, and that's a self-closing tag. And inside or up the top of the component, we're just going to have to make sure that we do in fact import progress bar. So I'm going to say import progress bar from / progress bar, and that's our import line. And now we can successfully render out the progress bar. Currently it just says progress bar because we haven't styled that. Now I'm going to leave progress bar for, actually no, I lie. Let's go into progress bar. I guess we're just going to the very bottom. So we're going to come into progress bar now and give that some content. Now progress bar is going to introduce some very cool new concepts, and once we've done the progress bar, we're going to come back and style the stats card. That's the plan. So inside the progress bar, I'm going to get rid of the text progress bar from the div, so we have now an empty div returned from our functional component. And the first thing we're going to do is give it a class name equal to level. So that's the class name for this functional component, and it's going to begin with a div, and inside the div we're going to have an h4, and that's going to have some curly braces with text inside. Now text is generic. Text is going to be super cool. We'll see where it comes from shortly. But for the second, what I'm going to do is above the return statement, just hard code it to be const text equals hello world. So that's going to be a placeholder for later. I could leave a comment that says, come and change this later, you silly muppet. Note to self. And now we should have some text showing up inside of a div that says hello world. Indeed we do. So that is successfully rendering on the screen. We've got it wrapped inside the curly braces, so we can inject that JavaScript straight into the JSX, which is the JavaScript injectable HTML, essentially. Now under this div, we're learning a new ReactJS concept, essentially, and this one is super cool. Now, one of the coolest things you can do in React is obviously we can render out components loads, but there's also a way that you can iteratively render content. So let's say I had a button, and for some random reason I needed to render it 1,000 times. Well, you know, in HTML, you might write some JavaScript to do it, or you might render the button out 1,000 times. React has a brilliant syntax for iteratively rendering content. What we do is inside the JavaScript, we say const arr is equal to an array. Now, when we iteratively render content, when I say iteration, you know, people often think of array, because one of the things we often do is iterate over an array. And what we can do is do that inside of React. We can iterate over an array, and for every element in the array, we can render out some content or the same content. And that means that if I had a button and I wanted to render out the button for every element in the array, I could get 15 buttons whilst only writing it once. And so that's kind of the feature we're going to take advantage of. And so this array is going to have the numbers 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So it's of length 10. It's 10 elements long. And the reason we're doing this is because a progress bar is going to be chunked into 10 sections. Obviously, you could have one continuous progress bar. I like breaking it down so that it's more visually obvious how far or how much like experience you've gained, essentially. So if we create this array up inside of the JavaScript, we can now map over it inside of our content and render out a single div or a tenth of our total progress bar, and that's going to eventually give us a nice effect. Now, to iteratively render out text, what we do is we have curly braces, because remember, this is going to be JavaScript, and we access our array, so we say R, and we call the .map method, and we invoke it with the circular parentheses. Now, .map receives an anonymous arrow function, so there's our anonymous arrow function, and the arguments for the arrow function are twofold. One is an element, and one is the LEIDX, or the element index. Now, there's a good reason we take both of them. Here we can see it's got a callback function, the value, and the index. That's pretty much what we're looking at. And then inside of the logic, what we can do is return the JSX that we want rendered out 10 times. In this case, it's 10 because our array is of length 10. Now, inside here, what I want to return is a div with a class name of level-bar. And this can, it could be self-closing, or it can just have a corresponding closing tag. And now what's going to happen is that this element, I could have the key A in here just for a second so we can see it. Now we can see A gets rendered iteratively rendered for every element in the array. So we should have 10 A's showing up. And eventually when I style it, it's going to be 10 chunks that collectively create a progress bar. So, moral of the story, within 5 lines of code, I've been able to render out 10 bars. And if I were to just adjust the length of this array, if it were 1,000,000 elements long, I could have 5 lines of code to render out 1,000,000 elements. So this is a really important ReactJS concept, and there's one last thing we have to do. When you iteratively render content, whatever you return, the top level element, which is just this div right here, the opening tag needs to have the attribute key equal to curly braces. Now, often attributes just have strings associated with them, and that's fine if we're assigning static content to an attribute. If we want to assign a dynamic value, we use curly braces. We'll see this come up lots later. And essentially the key is a unique attribute or parameter or property of this div, and it's super important so that React can keep track of all of the different iteratively rendered items. And to do that, it needs every key to be unique. So the reason I got the index of every element is because the index is always going to be unique. We can only have one index for every place, every iteration. And so I can use the index as the key. I can assign the index to the attribute key. And with that done, React can now happily keep track of all of these divs that it's successively rendered onto the screen. And so I just assign that index to the property key, and that's the top level returned element. So if I go ahead and save that, that's all happy days. If I wanted to, instead of rendering out A, I could have some curly braces, and inside here, I could just render out the element, which is actually going to be the value in the array. So now I have 0 through 9. So we received the index specifically for this little key trick, and that is, how you iteratively render content. So now that we have done that, we have but one last div to add, and this one is just going to be a div that has a class name of XP, and this is going to have a style attribute, but we're not going to do that later. So what I'm going to do is just beneath say style actually no, we'll do it now. To the opening tag, just in here, this is blasphemy, by the way. You are almost never allowed to set style attributes on tags, and there's no hard rule that says that, but it's not a recommended practice, except in very certain circumstances, such as the one we're about to see. So inside here, I'm going to have a style attribute. Now, because style is going to be dynamic, we need curly braces. Now, when you're adding inline styles to a React application, you actually need double curly braces. So we essentially have to assign an object to this style attribute. And this object is going to have the style width, and we are going to assign to it a template literal string that ends with a percentage, and we have a $ curly braces to inject a JavaScript value. And for the second, this is going to be 40%. We'll come back and fix this later, so it's a dynamic value. But what we've done here is we have essentially given this div a dynamic style. So it's determined by a value that's saved or associated with the JavaScript logic. Now this is a little bit confusing. We'll get lots of practice at it. We're not finished with this yet, but we're just going to leave it like this for now. And this pretty much just says, okay, this div, we're going to give you a style. It's going to be a width of 40% of the parent. And the reason we do it this way is because it's much more complicated to pass styles into the CSS sheet, or essentially pass JavaScript values into the CSS sheet. So only when you have a very dynamic style is it okay to use inline styles like we have here. But with that done, we have completed the progress bar, and now we're ready to add all of the styles for our stats card. So that's pretty cool. But just to summarize what we've learned once more, we've learned about nested components, which is cool. We have a progress bar, it's nested within stats, which itself is nested within the dashboard, which is nested within the app. We also learned a bit more about injecting values into our content, such as the name inside of our stats. And these values are currently hard-coded, but we'll make them dynamic later. And the other thing we covered is how to iteratively render content, such as the individual chunks of the collective progress bar, and also add inline styles, which is pretty nifty. And if I save that, that doesn't look so hot flash, so that's what we're going to do now. And so now it's time to style out all the elements we have just been coding. So that's going to be the progress bar, the stats card, and maybe a little bit of the dashboard. So to begin, let's come over to our index.css. Now underneath the welcome section, we have a couple of styles that we need to add. And the first one is going to be this stats card right here. So what I'm going to do is open up our index.css, and just underneath where we have the welcome, we're going to have a new section. So we're going to type it in. It's going to be called dashboard, and comment that out. So now that we have that in here, we can start off by targeting the class stats-card with the period out the front to select the class. And this is going to have a display of a flex direction of column, and a gap of 1 rem. So that's pretty straightforward. And if we come back over to our app, that's just going to spread out the sub-contents of our card, our stats card. Now underneath the stats card, we're going to target the .welcome-text, and this is going to have a display of flex as well. However, in this case, if we look at welcome text inside of stats, it's actually a div, and it's just got two text elements that we want one beside the other. So we're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to align the items to the end. Now alignment, we're sticking with the default orientation of row. So align the items is where they are aligned vertically across the row. So this just means they both sit on the bottom of that row. And then we're going to flex-wrap of wrap. So this ensures that if our screen gets too short and the name is too long, that it wraps onto a second line. And finally, we're going to have a gap of 0.5 rem vertically and a 1 rem horizontally. So the 1 rem should be the main one until we wrap onto a new line, then we'll get that gap. And if we come back onto our app, now these elements both sit at the bottom of the row. And if I come onto a very, very small screen, it wraps, which is just what we're looking for. Underneath that, we're going to target the .stats-column class. And in here, we're going to give this a display of grid, not flex, and it's going to be a 3-column grid. So the style for that is grid-template-columns. And in here, we type repeat, we invoke it as if it were a function, and we repeat 3 columns, comma, and then we give the dimensions of each. So that's going to be min-max, invoke min-max, and pass in 0 and 1 fraction. And that just says repeat the 3 columns where each column is either a minimum maximum dimension of 0 up to 1 fraction. So that's going to give us 3 evenly spaced columns. And finally, we're going to give it a gap of 1 rem. So if I save that, now we have this nice little column just here. Grid of 3 columns, and they just sit adjacent to one another, and that is perfect. And we can see that it's nice and responsive as well. So it should look good on a mobile device too. Now underneath that, we're going to start with the progress bar, and so that's going to be targeting the .level class. Now .level, if you recall, is the div that contains our whole progress bar. Now there's going to be a fair few styles in this section, so just recall at any point you can head over to the GitHub repo, which contains all of my code that's linked in the description down below, and compare yours to mine. Now in here, we're going to give it a minimum height of 40 pixels. Now, because all of the sub-contents is going to be absolutely positioned, it doesn't have anything to technically give it height. So we're going to give it a minimum height of 40 pixels, but if the text requires, or if, bigger space requirements are needed, then it's happy to meet those. We're going to give it a display of flex. We're going to align the items stretch. Now, stretch just means that all of the items take up the full height as they are positioned along the row. And we're doing a row orientation because if you remember, our blocks, our tenths, our individual little progress bars are going to be, positioned alongside one another. We're going to give it a gap of 1 pixel in this case. I'll explain why. A border dash radius of var, it's going to be a variable amount, so we invoke that and we pass in dash dash border dash radius dash small. That's a FantaCSS amount. We give it an overflow of hidden. You'll see why shortly. We give it a position of relative and finally a width of 100%. So it takes up the full width of the parent element. So if I go ahead and save that, we can see just here we have hello world and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is the content. So that's our row orientation. Now that doesn't look very good by itself, but we'll get to that in a second. After that, we're going to target .level, and then we're going to use the little alligator, and we're going to sub-select the div and make sure the div is the first of type. So we're going to have colon first of type. Now this is a slightly complex selector. This just ensures that we target direct descendants. So if we were to look inside of our progress bar, we're looking at the .level. So this is the .level. And we're targeting divs that are direct descendants. So this div right here is a direct descendant. If we had a div in here, it wouldn't be. And then we've got the first of type. So this essentially just, is all to select this first div. Now this is the text element, and we're going to give it a position of absolute. So if I go ahead and save that, it's just going to overlay hello world. Now what we actually want is to inset it 0 from the parent element. That means it takes up the full dimension of the parent element. So it doesn't really look like it's moved, but I can promise you that it has. And after that, what we want to do is give it a display of grid. We want to place the items in the center and give it a z-index of 4. So 4 is greater than 1 or 0, which is pretty much the default. So it's going to sit above or in front of the content that it overlays. Now the reason we use these two styles is because it's the easiest 2 lines of code to center children elements. And if you recall, the children elements or children element is this h4. So the div, extends to the full dimension of the parent container, and the h4 is going to sit smack bang in the middle in front of anything behind it. So if I go ahead and save that, now we can see the hello world, which is inside of that container. Remember 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are technically going to be those little progress bars. This is the text. It overlays the parent container and it sits smack bang in the middle. So you can imagine the progress bar is going to be behind it eventually. Now for the remainder of the elements, what we have to do is come in and select these little level bars. So what I'm going to do is come beneath this class just here and target .level-bar. And this is going to have a flex of 1. So all of them are going to be as greedy with the space as possible. There's 10 of them. That pretty much means they're all going to be equally divided in terms of their width. And we're going to give them a background of a variable amount, and that's going to be --color -link -transparent, and that's a FantaCSS amount. Now if I go ahead and save that, we can see we have all these little bars in here, and they're taking up as much width as they possibly can, and they've got that nice background color, and our text overlays them. Now what I'm just going to do is come into the progress bar and actually remove the element text that we have in here currently. And now that we have these little bars, we can see that the 1 pixel creates this boundary between them, and they just take up as much space as they possibly can. We still have a whole lot of random content coming up over here now that we've removed the text, and that's because we have this XP bar. Now the XP bar is the last element we need to style in here, and that's going to be .xp. And this is also going to be positioned absolutely. So it's going to sit above the rest of or basically out of the relative context of the document. So as soon as I add in this style, now our progress bar spans the full width, and currently it's empty. So what we need is an XP bar to come up and slowly overtake this whole element. And so the way we're going to do that, now that we have a absolutely positioned XP element, is we're going to give it a height of 100%. Just like that. We're going to give it a left of 0, a top of 0, and we're going to give it a background that's going to be a variable amount of dash color dash link. And if I go ahead and save that, now we have this this XP bar taking up an amount of the parent element. Now, the reason we get these nice round edges is because if we come back up to our actual bar, we gave it a border radius and we hid any overflows. So that's going to give it a nice round edge. And the other thing that is happening is that inside of our progress bar, we've set the width to 40. Eventually this will be dynamic, so it could be 80, and now the progress bar is 80% complete. But just like that, we have the code we need for this beautiful progress bar, and it's going to look good on all screen sizes. So that is very, very cool. Now the next section underneath this stats card is going to be, we can find out if we come into our dashboard, it's going to be the countdown. Now the countdown, you pretty much have 24 hours to keep your streak going. So we're going to count down that time, and if you fail to do so, then you're going to be in big trouble, and that's not what we want. So the intention of this particular card is to show them how much time they have left, and then give them a button to get started, get their behind in gear. So what we're going to do now is come across to countdown, which is going to be this whole element. So if we come into the countdown component, we've got it right here. It looks excellent. We can start adding some code. Now eventually this is going to be converted to legitimately countdown, but for the second we're just going to hard code it. And we're going to start off with this div, and this div, I'm going to enter it onto some new lines, is going to have a class equal to card and countdown dash card. So 2 classes space separated in or added as class names to this div. So if I go ahead and save that, now we have our second card showing up. Now up the top in here, we're going to have an h1 element, and that's going to have a class name equal to item dash header. And this is going to contain the text day, curly braces, and eventually we're going to insert the day in here, but I'm just going to put 1 for the second because it's hard coded. So now we have this nice big header right here, day 1, that's where we're currently up to. And underneath that, we're going to have a div that has a class name of today-container. And this is going to be the legitimate countdown. Now this is going to be a 2-column grid essentially. And inside here, we're going to have some subdivs. And the first subdiv is going to contain a paragraph that says time remaining. If I can spell that correctly, remaining. And underneath that, we're going to have an H3. And this H3 is just going to say, it could be 13H. And then we're going to have 50 or 45M and 22S. So that's our first div, which is going to make one of the 2 columns within our to-do or today container. And that's going to, we can see that show up just here. So that's saying how much longer you have. The second div is going to quantify the amount of work they have to do today. So this is going to be div, very equivalent to what we have above. It's going to contain a paragraph that says words for today. And underneath that, we're going to have an H3 that says, 20, let's say 16 words for today. So these are going to be our 2 columns that basically describe the day's activity. Now, fortunately, this one's pretty straightforward. We just have one more element to add beneath that div. So just above the final closing div, and that's going to be a button that has a class name equal to start-task. And this is going to contain an H6 element that just says start. So pretty straightforward. That's going to be a button at the bottom. We're going to style it so it looks pretty, and this is going to be the card to start, or get your A into G. And then while we're here, why don't we just burn through the history quickly, and then we can style them together. So if we come over to Too Easy, this is a different version. I used it to learn Moldy vocab. So this is what the day element is eventually going to look like, and then underneath that we're going to have the history. So I reckon we just style out the history real quick. So for the history, if we come into history, currently we have a very empty div. So the first thing we're going to do is enter that onto some new lines, and we're going to give this opening tag a class equal to card space history dash card. Now inside here we're going to have an h4 element that says history, and then underneath that we're going to have a paragraph that just says you have no attempts exclamation press. Then we're going to have some bold tags, and inside the bold tags we're going to say start. And then after the bold tags, we're going to say to begin, and then we're going to have a little emoji. I love my emojis. And we're going to choose the star. You can copy this from the GitHub repo if it's a pain for you to go and access. Now underneath this P, we're going to have a div, and this is going to have a class name equal to history dash container, and this is going to basically contain all our previous attempts. Now inside the history container, and I actually lie, it's meant to be history dash list. So we'll just have to change that. Inside here, we're going to have a div, and for the second, this is just going to be a placeholder until we make it dynamic. But this div is going to have a class name of card dash button dash secondary, and that is a FantaCSS style. And inside here, we're going to have a div. This is going to have a P that says started. Underneath that, we'll have an H6 element, and this is going to have the date. So this could be 14/02/95. So we started a long time ago. And this is going to, once again, just be a 2-column element. And after that, we're going to have a second div, and that's going to have a paragraph that says streak. And then we're going to have an H6, and this is going to say, 53. And that's just going to quantify the number of days. So if I go ahead and save that, here's our 2 columns, you see. So this is when we started, so that should actually say this text, so I'll update it. Instead of having the date like that, we'll have March 25th, 2025. So if I go ahead and save that and come back to our app, we have something that currently looks a little bit like this. So we've got the history, we've got the day, now we can go ahead and style out all of this content. So if we now head over to our index.css, where are we looking? Just in here, we can get started on the following section. So just here we have everything we need for the XP. Underneath that, we're going to, this is technically still part of the dashboard. So I think the heading was dashboard. So we can just keep going. We're going to start off with .start-task. Now this is the big old button. If you recall, this needs to have a width of 100% and a display of grids so that we can place the dash items in the center. So what this is going to do is it's just going to stretch that start bar all the way across, just what we're looking for. Now just above this start task, we're going to have the .countdown dash card. This is the card container, and this is going to say display flex direction of column and a gap of 1 rem. Pretty straightforward. That's just going to spread out these elements a little bit. Underneath or actually above the start task, once again, we're going to have the .item dash header. This is going to have a color of var, invoke var dash background dash secondary tailwind, FantaCSS style. That's going to change the headers, the color of these header elements. And I realized I lied. That should actually be dash border dash secondary, which is why that wasn't looking so hot flash. So that's just a much nicer color for the text that introduces the day. Underneath that, we can target the today container, which is our grid. So this can also actually be above start task because technically that's beneath it on the layout of the page. So we can target today dash container. We can give that a display of grid. A grid dash template columns of repeat 2 comma min max circular parentheses 0 comma 1 fraction 1 fr. That's our 2 column responsive layout, just like that. Perfect. We'll also make sure we give this a gap of 1 rem. And for the dot countdown card and the button within that, we're going to give it a padding of 0.75 rem. So this is also going to target the button just here and just beef up the padding around it. So we're targeting the button within the countdown card, which is this one right here. And so eventually this will count down. We see how many words we have for today, and we can go ahead and start this day. Now the last element we quickly need to style out beneath start task is going to be the .history-list class, and that's going to have a display of flex direction of column, just like the rest of them. To be fair, you could probably consolidate these card layouts, but it's all good. We'll give it a gap of 1 rem. That's just going to spread out that content a little bit. History list, is that going to work for us? Did I spell that right? History list. That should now have a display of flex, does it? It does not, and that's because I'm totally meant to be targeting the history card. But they actually have the exact same style. So what we're going to do is change list to card, have a comma, and target .history-list. So there's a prime example of that consolidation. And now if we come back, we've got a bit of space in here. Eventually what we'll do is we'll conditionally render this logic so it either shows no attempts or it shows the attempts, because it doesn't make any sense to show both. But we haven't learned how to do that, and we will get to that shortly. Underneath this, what we're going to do is target .history-list, and then use the little alligator mouth and subselect the div that is the direct descendant and just give it a padding of 1 rem, a border dash radius of var, invoke that with the circular parentheses, dash border dash radius small. That's going to be a small border radius. So now we can see a slight rounding in terms of this little card. And then what we're going to do is just give this a display of grid, a grid dash template columns, and we're going to repeat for 3 comma min max of 0 comma 1 fr. You're probably getting pretty good at this by this point. That's going to be our little thing just down here. There's a reason I'm doing it this way, and I'll show you in a second. And then underneath that, we're going to give that a gap of 0.5 rem. Now you might say, but James, it's only got 2 children elements. Exactly. What we're going to do underneath this history list is we're going to target .history list, then the div that's the direct descendant, and then the div within that. And so if we come through to our history, that's the history list, this is the div within, and these are the divs within that. And we're going to target specifically the first of type. So if we once again look, it's the div, and then the div within the div, and then the div within the div within the div, and then it's the one that's the first of the type. So that's selecting this one just here. And the reason we're going to do that is because we're going to tell this one to occupy 2 of the 3 columns. So we're going to get a ratio of 2 to 1 for the spacing. So now that we've selected the first of type using the :first of type selector, we can now say grid dash column span 2 slash span 2. So that just says span 2 of the 3 columns. And now if we look, we can see that this first element takes up 2 of the 3 columns, and then we've got the streak over the far side. And that just ensures that on a mobile device, we get, we don't have basically the date running out of space when the streak really doesn't need a lot at all. And just like that, we are almost done. Underneath that, we're going to target the .history list div and then the sub div. So the div within the div within the history list. We're going to give this a display of flex, a flex direction of column. We're going to give it a gap of 0.1 rem, so very small, and just a color of var, invoke var dash color dash primary, and after that, in front of the semicolon, we're going to use the exclamation important flag. And what this is going to do is it's just going to force a color for this element. So now we have some nice white text, and we can see if I got rid of this if I were to comment out this line, we would revert to the old form, which just doesn't stand out as much. So we're pretty much forcing it to be the primary color, which is the white. And that now wraps up our history section. So now that we have the history section and consequently the whole dashboard styled, I think that looks pretty nifty. Now what we can do is start building out the challenge, and that is going to begin with importing our vocab list. We haven't even seen it yet, so we need to get all of that set up and also bring in all of the utility functions we're going to need for this part of the project. So now that we have our landing page or our dashboard essentially finished, it's time to jump onto the challenge page. Now for the challenge page, one of the most important things that we are going to need is the utility files. So what we're going to do is just inside of our source, where we have our components folder, we're going to right click on source and create a new folder called utils. And inside of utils, we're going to right click and select new file, and this one's going to be called index.js. Now this file is going to have a whole lot of JavaScript functions that are essentially just utility files. Now this code is going to be copied across from the GitHub, so you'll want to head down to the GitHub repo, which is linked in the description below. And you will want to come inside of the source directory once you're at the GitHub and look inside the folder directory, select index.js, and either download that file directly into this directory or just copy across the code verbatim as it is there. Now inside here, we just have a bunch of functions. For example, countdown in 24 hours just gets the current time and finds out what the remaining time is and counts it down. Convert milliseconds is just a utility function, so it takes the number of milliseconds and gives us the hours, minutes, and seconds. Generate words array just finds the words for the current day that we're going to be learning. Calculate new words is how many new words we have encountered. Accuracy is for how many we get right versus wrong. Is encountered, have we seen it before? Calculate the level based on the number of words we've completed. Gives us an experience. Shuffle. Shuffles the word for a particular day. We don't want them to maintain order because that kind of defeats the purpose of learning. Get word by index just says if we're at this particular index, find the word that we're looking for. And generate dynamic space repetition schedule is the space repetition algorithm that we use to dynamically plan out the words. And what this means is that I can actually come back to this project later and modify the words list, and this will automatically recalculate the space repetition structure. And if you're not familiar, space repetition is an algorithm for learning. And you can actually see how it's been programmed in right here. So essentially what intervals does is it says introduce a word on day 1, and then wait at 1 day until we reintroduce it. Then after that, wait 3 days until we reintroduce it, then 7 days until we reintroduce it, 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, so on and so forth. So we interrupt the forgetting curve. So if you think about information retention, it goes like this over time. Every time it starts to drop, we just interrupt that, bring it back up, interrupt that, bring it back up, and then we remember it forever. So this function is pretty handy. Once again, it just means that I can come back later, modify the words list, and your code will still work, my code will still work, and everybody gets the new refreshed vocab list. So that's pretty cool. So you'll just want to copy that code across, and once we have that pasted inside of index.javascript, if you could start the repo too, that would be super appreciated. Love that support. And with that pasted in, there is just one more file that we need to copy across. Now, just before we jump back into the code, the other file that we're absolutely going to need is going to be the vocab. So what we're going to do in here is create a new file. That's going to be right click on utils, it's new file, and this is going to be called vocab.json. And I'm just going to go with all uppercase for vocab so that it really feels special. And once again, you'll need to copy this file across from the GitHub repo. Found a lot of good words. It may have updated since I have created this course, so don't worry if your length doesn't match mine. Currently there's about 416 words in here. I've added a bunch since recording this. and we're just going to need this, and this can be found once again inside the GitHub repo linked in the description down below, inside of source utils vocab.json. And now that we have these two files, we can go ahead and start building out the challenge page. Now for the challenge page, the first thing we're going to have to do is obviously come into our app and change the selected page. Currently the selected page is the dashboard. We now want to head over to page number 2. So we're going to change selected pages to say 2, and that should now display the challenge page. Now for the challenge page, the first thing we're going to do is actually add all the content to it. So we can come into that component that's inside of layouts, and we can click on challenge.jsx, and currently it is blank. So we're going to right click and actually just remove these divs in here, so our challenge component returns nothing, and we're going to input a section that has an ID equal to challenge, like so. Now essentially how the challenge is going to work is, you can imagine we're going to have the word, then underneath that we're going to potentially have a definition, and then after that we're going to have some helper functions and also clues. If, for example, a word is forgotten, we need to show it, all that good stuff. And then we'll need an input, and at this point I should just show you. So if we look at the example here, I come into Too Easy Start, this is kind of what we're looking at. So just here we can see we have the word, we have the definition, we have the ability to enter what it is, we've got a quit button to exit out, a forgot button to show the definition if we forgot the word, and this is our progress. So in here, if I type in hello, the other cool thing we've got is word correct or not. So if the letter is correct, it shows up in blue. If it's not, then it shows up in red. So I could say hello, I could say good morning too, and now the next time I show the word, it doesn't show the definition unless I click I forgot, and then it does. And if I forget, we make sure we add that word to the end so we get loads of extra practice. So that's how this page is going to work. So the first thing we're going to do in here is create an h1 tag, and this is going to contain the word. And the word we're going to start off defining, or hard code for the second, is going to be copacetic, because we may as well, right? Underneath that, we're going to have a paragraph, and this is going to be the definition. So the definition for copacetic is going to be in excellent order. So if we look up copacetic, let's have a look. Copacetic. Just here, in excellent order. Wicked. So now that we have the word showing up, underneath that, what we're going to need is the helper. This is the bars that show the colors red or blue, depending on whether or not a user has entered a word correctly. Now this is going to be a div, and we're going to give it a class name equal to helper, and it's going to contain a bunch of those little bars where the number of bars matches the number of letters in a word, which seems pretty intuitive. I'll be done in 8 minutes. Maybe 10. What? I think 10 minutes. Right. So inside of helper, the first thing we're going to do, and what I'm actually going to do is come up into the logic just here. So just beneath where we define the function, I'm actually going to define a variable called word. So I'm going to say const word is equal to string, and that's going to be copacetic. And then instead of hard coding in the word here, what I'm going to do is insert some curly braces inside that h1 so that I can then inject the variable word, and that's going to have the same effect. Now the reason I did that is because we need to be able to access the length of the word, and we don't want to statically code everything. We want to make it as dynamic as possible. And so inside of the div with the class name of helper, we're going to have another div. And this div is actually the div that's going to contain all the bars, and beneath that we're going to have an input, which is going to be the input where the user can type in their answer, their submission. Now inside this div just here, this div contains all the error correction visual bars. So that's what this div is going to be for. And so if I can comment that line out, what we're going to do underneath is start off by iteratively rendering out content. Now, if you recall, what we're going to need is a definition. Is an array. We need an array if we're going to iteratively render content, and we also need some curly braces because the curly braces contain the logic. Now, what I'm going to do is actually come back up to the top and also create a definition. So I'm going to say const definition variable is equal to, and I'm just going to put this definition inside of that string. And then I'm also going to dynamically render out the definition. So I'm going to remove the hard coding curly braces and just throw in the definition. And that is going to keep the definition showing up. However, what I can do now is inside of the curly braces where we're going to iteratively render content, I can have an array. Now what we're going to do is we're going to create an empty array that contains a number of items that matches the length of the definition. So if the definition is 10 characters long, we want the array to have 10 characters. And the way that we do that is we start off with the spread syntax, so the triple dot inside of the array, and then we call the array constructor, capital array, we invoke it, and we pass in our definition.length. So we basically say create an array of length that matches the definition. So if the definition is 10, that's going to create an array of length 10. And then what we do is we say, still inside the square parentheses, we call .keys, and that just accesses all the keys. And so this array syntax just here creates an array of length matching the word, and it also contains the value 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, incrementing up to the length. So after that, now that we have the array that we can iterate over, we can call the .map syntax or the .map method. And the .map method is what we need to iteratively render this content. And once we've invoked that with the circular parentheses, that takes an anonymous arrow function. So there's our anonymous arrow function. And what I might just do is throw the .map onto a new line just there. And that .arrow function receives two arguments. One is going to be the element, and the second one is going to be the element IDX for index. Now inside of the squiggly parentheses, what we can do is now return some JSX, and whatever is returned is what is iteratively rendered for, however many items are in the array. And so this is just going to be a div, and that's going to have a closing tag. It doesn't contain any content. And the important thing is that we give the opening div a key, a unique key, that's going to be the element index. So we're going to assign the element index inside of the squiggler parentheses to an attribute called key to the div. And this is essential so that React can keep track of all the different elements that it's iteratively rendering. And so now I would expect if I throw an A inside of that div and come back to my application, we should have A's for every letter in an excellent order, which is the definition. So now that we're iteratively rendering out this content, which is perfect, I can get rid of the A. And inside here, we're going to need to eventually assign some styles to it. Now the style that we're going to add is dependent on whether or not the value of the input is correct. So what we're going to do for the second is just leave it, but I'm going to add a comment just above the return. We can write some logic in here, and this is going to be determine whether or not the user has typed the character they think is correct, and show red or blue depending on whether or not it's actually correct. That's what that's going to do. And eventually we'll assign a dynamic style to this div. But now that we've iteratively rendered out all of that, we can come down to the input. The input's going to have a type attribute equal to text and a placeholder that says enter the definition, ... Pretty straightforward. And then underneath the input underneath the div, we're just going to have a div. This is going to have a class name attribute equal to challenge-buttons. And inside here, we're going to have a button that has a class name equal to card-button-secondary, which is a FantaCSS style. And this is going to contain an H6 typography that says quit or exit. And then we're going to have another button, and this one's going to have a class name equal to card-button-primary. And this one has an H6 that says I forgot. And that's the one they'll click if they forgot the definition. So if we come back, we now have the input. We have our two buttons. We've got in excellent order. And we've lost, well, technically we still have all our divs. They just no longer have the character A. So if I were to put the A back in that iteratively rendered div, we get a whole lot of A's. So that shows that the bars are showing up as we want. They're just not styled correctly. So now the last thing we need underneath this div just here is we're going to reuse our progress bar. Now, obviously on the home page, we have the progress bar to show the level and the progression through the app. We also have a progress bar here, and it's going to be progress bar. So we're going to render the progress bar. We're going to have to make sure that we import it up the top of this component. And it's going to have some text, which we will enter shortly. If I go ahead and save that for the second, we just get that hard-coded hello world showing up, which isn't what we want, because obviously we want to show the number of words that we have to learn on this particular day. So the plan of action for here so the plan of action from here, now that we have pretty much all the components, first up is to style this particular page, which we'll do first. Then what we're going to do is introduce a concept or a secondary style of props, basically pass data between components, and then we're going to make everything interactive, which will be super cool. So coming into the styling, what we're going to do is come into our index.css quickly. And inside of our index.css, we can start styling out the challenge page. So I'm going to come under our history list and type in challenge and comment that out. And inside here, we're going to start off by selecting the challenge or the section with the ID of challenge using the pound or hash key. Say pound challenge, and in here, we're going to give this a display of flex, a flex direction of column. We'll give it a gap of 2 rem, a flex of 1 so that it's greedy with the space. We'll justify the content in the center as well as aligning the items in the center. And we'll give it a padding of 1 rem. So we're just going to make it a flex display. We're going to make it take up the whole page, and we're going to throw everything in the middle, just like we see here. Now underneath that, we're going to target the dot challenge challenge card. Where's dot challenge card? Now underneath that, we're going to target the dot challenge dash buttons. And for this, we're going to give it a display of grid, and it's going to be grid dash template dash columns. And we're going to have a 2-column grid. So we're going to call repeat input 2 for 2 columns. And we're going to specify the dimension by adding min max of 0,1 fraction. We'll give it a gap of 1 rem and a width of 100%. So that's just going to target the 2 challenge buttons. So now each of them is basically 2 columns just there. We can just see it. The buttons, however, are not taking up the full dimension. So underneath that, what we're going to do is target dot challenge buttons, so the dot challenge buttons class, and sub-select the button element, and just give this a display of grid so that we can place the place dash item center to center the H6 and give it a width of 100%. So those 3 styles is just going to put the text in the middle as we see here, and that's absolutely perfect. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is target the dot challenge buttons, the button within the class, and then subsequently the H6 within the button. And this one is just going to have a white dash space of no wrap, so that the text does not wrap onto 2 lines. And we're going to give it a padding of 0.5 rem vertically and 0 horizontally. So that's just going to beef up these buttons a little bit, like we see here. Underneath that, we're going to target the helper section. So .helper, that's the helper class, is going to have a display of flex, a flex direction of column, a gap of 0.75 rem. That's going to make sure that the bar sits just above the input, and we're going to give it a width of 100%. And so now we should be able to select this. We can see just in here we have some empty bars above, but that's absolutely fine. And then within that, we're going to target .helper and subselect the input within the div with the class of helper. We're going to give it a max dash width of 100% to override the existing value. So now the input takes up the full width because it's not constrained by a maximum width. And underneath that, we're going to have text dash align center so that the input is centered in the middle. So the text starts writing from the middle. Oh, so that's looking pretty good. We're almost finished with the styles. Underneath that, we're going to target .helper and then have the alligator mouth and subselect the div, which is the direct descendant of helper. And we're going to give this div the first of type selector. So we're going to use the colon, say first of type. And this is going to select, so we come to .helper, which is right here. We select the direct descendant div, and we want the first of type. So it's going to be this div and not the input. So technically, I don't think we need the first of type, but we're just going to keep it regardless. We're going to give this a display of flex, align the items in the center, and give them a gap of 0.5 rem. So this is the div that contains all of those little bars. So we make it a flexible row. We say align the items in the center and give it a gap of 0.5 rem. And if I come back to where we iteratively render the content and throw in an A, we can see that now we have a little A's across the row, which is perfect. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is target .helper, then the div within that, and the div within the div within the helper. And just make sure that we give this a background that's going to be a variable amount. So we invoke variable dash dash color dash link dash transparent. We're going to give it a height of 6 pixels. After the variable amount for the background color, we're going to give it a flex of 1, so it's going to take up as much, or essentially all of the elements are going to equally distribute the space. And finally, a border dash radius, which is also a variable amount, and that's going to be dash dash border dash radius dash small. So now that we have that, we can see all of the elements are essentially spaced correctly. And you should be able to see them just in there, even though it's quite small. So maybe if I come up to 100%, we can see there's just some very subtle little bars in there. We could go ahead and at this point just remove the A. Oh, remove that, so that's gone away. So now we have the bars. Eventually they'll come up with some colors when the user enters some text. And then we need a .correct style. And this is going to have a background of a variable amount that's going to be dash dash color dash link. So if it's correct, we're going to assign this class eventually. We haven't done that yet. And we're going to throw the exclamation important key out the end so that it guarantees that it will overwrite the style. And underneath that, we're going to have a .incorrect class, and that's going to have a background, if I can spell that correctly, equal to an OKLCH. This is a weird way to allocate a color, but it's what we're doing. We invoke OKLCH, and we have .656 space .241 space 354.308. And then we throw in a exclamation important after that. If you want to make sure you have entered that correctly, check out the GitHub, which is linked in the description down below. Otherwise, just make sure that value is kind of like a pinky ready color. And now that we have added the incorrect, we have officially got all the styles we need to complete this section. And so with that done, we have officially completed all of the static content we need for our application. Now it's just a matter of making everything interactive and dynamically assigning styles and making sure that all of the data is persisted so that when a user revisits the app, they don't have to start from scratch again. So now that we have all of our pages styled, we are officially ready to make our app. interactive, dynamic, and ready for absolute action. And we're going to begin that process off inside of the app component, and we're going to start off by making our pages interactive. Now, the way that interactivity works inside of JavaScript is we have regular variables and we have interactive variables. So whenever we want something to happen on a user interaction, we typically associate that with a reactive variable inside of React, and we do that by creating a stateful variable. Now, if we think of what a good example would be, well, it's going to be the selected page. The selected page is going to vary depending on, what the user interaction is. They're going to start off on a welcome page and they're going to click begin when they type in their name, and they're going to be taken to a new page. So that's going to be interactive, so we can't use traditional variables. Now, the reason we can't use traditional variables is because ReactJS isn't listening for changes in traditional variables. Sure, we could change the value associated with this traditional variable if I made it a let declaration. However, in doing so, React doesn't hear that happening and it doesn't respond to that event, which means that these changes aren't going to be reflected in the user interface. And that's super important. So what we have to do is instead use a stateful variable, very equivalent, slightly different the way that we update the value associated with a stateful variable, but when we do it the proper way, React knows to repaint the user interface so those changes are reflected in the website. So what I'm going to do is above selected page just here, I'm going to create our first stateful variable. We're going to say const square braces, and inside the square braces I'm going to put selected page, and I'm going to set it equal to, and I'm going to call a React hook called useState. Now, the first thing we have to do is make sure useState is imported from the React package. So we add this import line and we destructure useState out from the React package. It's very important. So the import line goes up the top. I leverage the auto imports. And once we have that, that's known as a React hook, we invoke it with the circular parentheses. So here we can see it returns a stateful value and a function to update it. So what we've done here is we've used array destructuring syntax to receive the variable name. So this is our variable. However, after the variable, we have a comma, and we have a second entity inside of this array, and this is known as the setter function. And typically the way you name a setter function is you just put set in front of the name of the variable. So we say set selected page. Now, set selected page is just a function that we call, and the value we pass in as an argument or input to this function is the new value that gets assigned to the variable. And we'll see how all of this works very shortly, but the moral of the story is that whenever we want to update selected page, we do it using set selected page, the setter function. So now that we have that, I can comment out this line just here. So it no longer exists. This is the old variable. This is the new variable. For all intents and purposes, we can just use the variable the exact same way. We see our application is still kind of working, except everything's gone. Now currently, the value associated with sets or selected page is null. So whatever we pass in as an argument to this hook when we call it is the default value. So for example, we're going to work on the input page or the welcome page. So we want to set the default value to 0. If I save that, I would expect to render the welcome page, and indeed that's what shows up. So now that we have the welcome page showing up, what we're going to do is make it interactive. So we're going to do that by creating a page or a couple of functions, and we're also going to do stuff with the input. Now, for the input, it's user interaction. So you should be thinking React stateful variable. So what we're going to need is a variable to manage the state or the value of this input. Now, I could technically come into the welcome component and set all of that logic up in here because that's where our input is inside of this welcome component. So I could create a stateful variable in here, and that would be all well and good, and tie it to the value of the input. However, the problem is communication of information. we might define this stateful variable name inside of the welcome, but I actually need the name inside of the dashboard. If you recall, the dashboard displays the name. And at the moment, the dashboard and the welcome page are sibling components. They're both rendered at the same hierarchy level within our app. And one thing you cannot do inside of React is pass data laterally. So I can't just pass data from welcome. Let's say we have the value of the input, the name. I can't just send it from welcome to dashboard. When you have data needed in two components, or a value of a variable, stateful or regular, in two components, you have to look for the nearest common node, or the nearest common parent element. And in this case, because they're both rendered inside the app, that is going to be the app. So that's how we're going to essentially figure out where to create these stateful variables. So inside here, and I get that might be a bit confusing, we'll practice it and it will all become clear. Inside here, I'm going to create a secondary stateful variable called const square braces name and set name. Set name has a capital N in there, so it's camel case, and that's equal to, we invoke the useState hook with the circular parentheses, and we pass in a default value, which is an empty string. And just like that, we have our second stateful variable, name. Pretty straightforward. We can just use name as normal unless we're changing the value of it. Then we have to use the setter function. Now the problem becomes, James, you've got this stateful variable here, but we need it inside of welcome. So how does this input get its hands on that value? Well, the answer is props. So it's very easy inside of React to pass data from a parent component to a child component. So in this case, app to welcome, app to dashboard, app to challenge. Harder to pass information back up, but not impossible. Impossible to pass data laterally. And so the way that I pass information down to children components is what's known as attribute style props, or just props. We learned earlier about the children property of a component. Now we're learning about the attribute style properties of a component. And these essentially just work the exact same as regular attributes, except in React we can assign dynamic values to these attribute names. For example, in this case, we need this information inside of the welcome component. So what I could do is define an attribute name. I could have it called username, set it equal to a string that says hello world. And this is a valid attribute style property. And now what I could do is come into welcome and tell it to expect or receive this property. And I could of course get the value associated with it. However, this doesn't really do what we want, because once again, we want to pass down name, and we'll also need the setter function if we want to update the value of name. So what we instead do is I'm just going to create an attribute called name and set it equal to curly braces. Curly braces are important if we want to have dynamic values assigned to these attributes. And I'm going to pass in the variable name. And what this is going to do is it's going to create this property of this component. And then in a minute, we'll go into that component and tell it to expect or receive these attribute style props. Now I'm also going to need to pass down set name. So I'm going to create an attribute called set name and set it equal to curly braces and just throw in set name. So you don't have to match the attribute with the value or the variable. It just happens to be convenient in this case. So I'm going to go ahead and save that, and now we're passing, or essentially we're communicating three attribute properties to our welcome component. And so we can come into the welcome component, and what we do, we're giving it these attribute properties. We now need to tell it to expect to receive them. And the way that we do that is we come up to where we define the functional component, and in the arguments we create props. Now if we throw in props here, that pretty much says to the welcome component that you should expect some information. Whether or not it's the children content like we saw with the layout, or attribute style props, that doesn't matter. We need to expect some properties. And now what I could do is console.log props. So what I'll do is I'll put a string that says props, comma, separate it, and put props in there. And I can now come over to my developer tools by right-clicking, selecting inspect, and come into console. And just here you see we have props, and we can see we have 3 props. We have a username that says hello world, that's what we assign to username. We have name, that's an empty string, that's what we expect, that's the default value. And we have setName, which is a function that we call or invoke to update the value associated with name. Now, I don't like using the dot syntax to access the keys. Props is obviously an object. I don't want to have to go props.name. So what I prefer doing is destructuring out my props. Or the attributes more specifically. So I could say const curly braces name comma setName equal to props, and that's now our destructuring syntax. And I now have access to the name and the setName function inside of my welcome component, and we have successfully communicated information from parent to child component. Now, the way that we tie this reactive variable, the stateful variable, to the value of an input is pretty straightforward. We need the variable name, which is name. We come down to our input, and just here we give it a value attribute equal to curly parentheses, because it's a dynamic value, and we want the value of the input to match the name, so we just pass in name. That's step 1. There's a secondary step for wiring up inputs. Essentially, we need to pass in an onChange attribute. Now, onChange has a capital change, and that is equal to curly braces so that we can pass in a callback function. Now, when a user types a value into the input, this onChange callback is triggered, and we use it to then update the stateful value for name. So in this case, what that's going to look like is we can come into the function just here, and when onChange is triggered, we can call setName, invoke it as if it were a function, and pass in the new value. Now, the new value just happens to be the argument or the input for this function. So we can tell it to expect an event, or EVT, as an input to our callback function, and now the value of the input is accessed by looking up evt.target.value. That's how we get the value out of an input. So what we do is we get the event, we access the target.value, and we pass that in as an argument to our setName function. What I could also do is just console.log evt.target.value. And if I go ahead and save that and refresh our page, now I should be able to type in here, and every time I type a letter, we would expect that onChange to be triggered. So I could type H, and now we can see H comes up. Also interesting is that props was relogged to the console. Now we call props here, and that's because inside of React, when a state in a parent component is modified or varied, the component is re-rendered to reflect those changes. So that's why this was rerun when we modify one of the dependent stateful variables for this component. That's a confusing concept. Don't stress too much about it, but just know that every time a state that this component is dependent on, that's defined in a parent component, changes, this component is re-rendered to reflect that change. Where re-rendering just refers to the process of making or repainting the screen so that it's using the latest and greatest data. So now we can continue typing. I could type hello, and we can see that we eventually build up the word hello. And we can also see just here that you can see the name attribute style prop changing, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want, until eventually down the bottom it says hello. So now we have hello, that's the value inside this input, so everything matches perfectly, and we have now successfully wired up an input. We're going to need to do this again, obviously, because we have another input where users type in all of their words that they're practicing. But now that we have done that, what we can do is prepare a user to jump onto the next page. Now, changing pages is essentially using this set state to change the value associated with selected page. Now, I like to create what's known as a handler function to do this. Now, handler functions, we saw with the input, I can just call the setter function, setName, directly, and that's fine. But sometimes when we have more complex states to set, it can be beneficial to create what's known as a handler function. And typically the way that it works is just down beneath where we define the state, I create a function and I call it handle change page. And we give it the circular parentheses, and in here we're going to receive a page index, and then we have the curly braces afterwards. Now this function is going to receive a page index, and then inside it what we're going to do is call the setter function, so set selected page equal to the page index. And now whenever we invoke handle change page, this handler function, and pass it in a new page, the page is going to be re-rendered. Now technically in this case you wouldn't really have to, because it's not like the logic is that complex to update the new state, but it can just be a really clean way to write your code so that it is so explicit. Every time I call this function, you know it's going to be to handle the changing of the page. So now that I have handle change page, what I can do is define a second function, and this is going to be the handler function to handle the submission of this form. So when a user has typed in their name and hit start, we want to handle that activity, and we're going to define a function to handle that activity. So we're going to create a function called handle create account, circular parentheses, curly parentheses, and in here we can define the logic to handle the registration of a new user. The first thing I'm going to do is write what's known as a guard clause. Now, if a user hasn't input a name, I don't want to let them into my app. So I'm going to have a guard clause that says if circular braces, exclamation, if not name, I'm just going to return. This is a little if clause right here, and it says if there's no name, if name is just an empty string, if not name, return out of this function, don't proceed any further, let's not let them register. Now, if they do create an account, one of the things I want to do is persist that data to local storage. Otherwise, every time they refresh the page, they come back to the application, that data is going to be gone. Now, to persist it, we're going to use the browser database, which is device specific, but that's all we need for this application, and that's called local storage. Now, local storage is kind of like a JSON database, so we're just going to save some JSON to it, and what you do is you provide it a value and a key to assign that value to. So we just say local storage, storage is capitalized, and we call the dot set item method, set item, and we invoke it with the circular parentheses, and in here the first thing we pass in is a key, and that's going to be username, just like that. That's the key that we're going to assign the value to, and the second entry is the value, and that's name. And so now when we call this handle create account, we're going to take the value of name, save it to the local storage, so that when we reload the app, when the user revisits the app at a later date, we can read in that data and they can pick up where they left off. We know they are an existing user. And now that we have saved the data, the last thing we're going to do is pass in or invoke the function handle change page. We're going to invoke and pass it in a page index, and that's going to be 1. Because 1 is for the dashboard. When we register a user, we want to bump up the page index so they now show the dashboard. And because we're calling the set selected page handler function, React is listening for these changes, and it knows to re-render the page down here, so the dashboard should show up. So now what I can do is I can take handle create account, and we need to assign this function to the click event on the button that's inside of the welcome component. And so we just pass it down like we did with the attribute style props. We say handle, we create an attribute called handle create account equal to curly braces, and we assign that function to the attribute with the exact same name. So now that I've created this attribute style prop, what I can do is copy that name, come into welcome, and tell it to receive it by destructuring it out of the props. And I can now copy that function name, scroll down to my button, the opening tag for the button, and all we do is we add an on-click event equal to curly braces, because we're going to assign some JavaScript to it. Now click is capitalized, it's an attribute to it's an event handler that is assigned to the opening button, and we just pass in that function. We essentially assign that function to the click event of this button. Super clean code, looks absolutely brilliant. On click, handle create account. How intuitive is that? And so now what I should be able to do is refresh the page. Everything is blank. That's what we would expect. And I could click start. Nothing happens, and that's because we don't have a name. And now what I could do is type in my name, James. And now I should be able to click start. Now the one other thing I want to add is I want to disable this button if the user can't click it. So to the opening button tag, we're going to add the disabled equal to curly braces. And we want to disable it if it's not name. So we basically have the exclamation not name. If not name, disabled equals true. So if I go ahead and save this and get rid of the name in here, we can see that the button is grayed out, and that's because it's disabled until I type anything. Then we have a name, and now what I can do is click start, and it takes us to the dashboard, and we will soon learn how we can have the name showing up the top. But how cool is that? That's literally our welcome page, fully interactive. We're ready to start converting users and teach them everything they need to know about the English language. Now the last thing I want to do before we move on to the dashboard is I just want to delete props, delete that little console at the top of welcome. One thing I want to mention is why we get double consoles. This is a ReactJS specific thing. It's called strict mode. It's only in development. So if you get duplicates of your consoles in local development, that's absolutely no concern. When you deploy your app, that will be taken care of and it won't be happening. It's just there's a word for it. It's an artifact. That's the word I was looking for. It's an artifact of local development inside of ReactJS. So now that we have that and we've removed the console log, so now that our first page is done, let's make the dashboard fully interactive. So now we want to move into the dashboard. One thing we have to remember is that when we type in our name, let's say that's what our name is, when I hit enter or start, it does in fact take us through to the dashboard, which is perfect. However, when I refresh the page, all that progress is lost. So one thing we're going to do, and it's going to save us a whole lot of time in development, is make sure that if we have a name and it is saved, which if you recall, when we created the function to handle the addition of a name, we save it to local storage. So it is saved. However, currently we're not recognizing that save. So that's what we're going to work on now. Now the way that we're going to add that is by listening to events. And these are called life cycle events. And the event that we want is on page load. So when we load the page, we want to check our local database and see if we have a name saved. And if we do have a name, then we can skip straight through to the dashboard. If we don't have a name, then we leave them to log in. Now, when it comes to listening to events, lifecycle events, loads of other different events, inside of React, we have a new hook. Now, we've learned about useState. The one that we're going to learn about now is called useEffect, and we need to make sure we import it from the React package. So now that I have useEffect, what we're going to do is scroll down until we're just above where we return from our functional component. Well, actually just above pages. Let's do it just above pages. And what we're going to do is we're going to write or invoke useEffect. So we're going to type useEffect, have some circular parentheses, and this is how we're going to use this hook. Now, useEffect, which listens to lifecycle events or tracks the changes in variables, we can use it for 101 million things. Super versatile, but we want it to listen in this case to page load. When the application loads, this is known as the on-mount event. We want to quickly go and check the local storage database and see if we have a name. Now, this particular useEffect takes two arguments. One of them is an anonymous arrow function. This is a callback function. This function is the function to be executed when the event that we are listening for is triggered. Now, the second argument, so we comma separate it, we can see right here. The first one is useEffect. It's the callback, and the second one is the dependency array. Now, this is an array. It contains some square braces, and it has, 101 million different values it can contain. If it contains a value, let's say it's a stateful variable, it will listen for changes in that stateful variable, and when changes occur, it will run the callback function. If we want it to run on page load or listen to the page load event, then we just leave it blank. So if it's a blank dependency array, this function right here is going to be triggered on page load. So what I could do is come into the body of this logic and say this callback function is triggered on page load. And underneath this comment, I could say console.log page has loaded. So if I go ahead and save this and right click on my page, open up the developer tools and come into the console, we can see right here that we log page has loaded, as we would expect. So that's perfect. That's what we want. This page has loaded. Now, obviously, we don't want to run a console log. We want to look inside of local storage. So what I'm going to do is start off with an if clause. I'm going to say if not local storage, curly braces, return. Now, this is a guard clause. So basically what's happening here is if we don't yet have access to the database, then exit the callback function. So that's a nice little guard clause. If we pass the guard clause, that means we do have access to local storage. So what we can do is we can now say if local storage.getItem, we call the .getItem method and we invoke it, and we look up a key, which is a string, and we look up name. Now, if you recall, we save the name equal to a key called username. So that key is what we now have to look up. So I'm going to look up username. And if I come back into my developer tools and come into application, we should have inside of local storage a username. So right here, we can see the current username is ASD, which isn't a very good username, but it'll do for the minute. So that's what we want to look up. So we type if local storage get item username. And what we do is we then have the curly braces. And if that essentially evaluates to true, so if get item returns something, so if we find the item, so get item returns something, then we enter the if block. And this is just a clean way to manage this, because now what we can do is we can say set name. We can call the setter function, and we can actually say local storage.getItem username. So this is just an, I don't want to run this line of code if we don't have a username, is the moral of the story. So this just makes sure that we do actually have a username, and then if we do, we set the name, and we basically overwrite the default value for our state. And the other thing we can do, because we've confirmed we have a name, so we can skip to the dashboard. And I do that by saying set selected page, call that setter function. And we pass in a value of 1 because 1 is associated with the dashboard page. So now if I go ahead and save that, every time I refresh our application, we can see we automatically now load up the dashboard. Even if I refresh it over and over again, we always load up the dashboard. And if I were to then come over to local storage, and right click and delete the username key and then refresh the page, we didn't find anything, so we're back to the dashboard. And now what I could do is just type James and start that again, and then that's going to take us through to the dashboard. Lo and behold, and we're now persisting data in local storage, and we're going to do that a couple of times in a few different ways. But now we officially automatically route through to our dashboard every time we return to the app, which is the anticipated and expected behavior. And we've introduced a new React hook called useEffect, which listens for events and runs a callback function whenever the event specified by the dependency array is triggered. So what we can do now is come into our dashboard. Now, the first thing I notice in our dashboard is that this name is currently hard-coded, and that's really not what we're looking for. So what we're going to do is actually jump over to our app, and our app has our name. So we're managing the stateful variable name inside of app, and we want to have access to it inside of the dashboard. So what we're going to do is pass down, just like we have here. I could literally copy it right where we have the attribute style prop and we assign the name value to that attribute style prop. I can pass that into dashboard as well. And so now dashboard has an attribute style property. And so what we do is we come into the dashboard component and we tell it to receive it. And the way that we do that is by giving it the argument, or the argument of properties. So we can say you should expect props. Now notice just here that name is actually inside stats card. So it's not just in the dashboard. We have to go a layer deeper to be able to utilize that dynamic name variable. Now what I could do is destructure out the props here and then reassign them to the stats component. However, that's going to be a super tedious process. So what I can do is I can prop drill. Or better said, prop drilling is not a best practice. Essentially, you don't want to be passing data through too many components. But in this case, what I can do is instead of dealing with props here, I can pass them directly down to a descendant, such as the stats. And I can do that by inside of the component, adding the curly parentheses, and I use the spread operator with props. And what this does is it says any properties of the dashboard, assign them as attribute style props to the stats card. So now that I have this syntax, what I can do is save this component and then I can come into stats. Stats now needs to expect some properties. So we give it the argument of props. And instead of having this const name variable right here, I can now destructure. I can use the destructuring syntax. Stats should be expecting a name property or name attribute, and I can destructure name out from the props. And now if I go ahead and save that, we can see that nothing is broken, everything still works, except now this name is no longer hard-coded because we commented that out. It's instead going to be using the dynamic value or whatever the user essentially entered onto the page. So that is absolutely perfect. So now that we have that, we have a few things we need to do, and that is get all of these values working. And the first one we're going to start off with, making it fully interactive, is actually the day. Now the day is going to be needed in two places. It's going to be needed essentially inside of the challenge and inside of the dashboard. So because it's needed in two components at the same level, we have to find the nearest common parent node, which is going to be the app. So we're going to come into the app quickly and define a new stateful variable. And that's going to be underneath where we define the name stateful variable, and it's going to be the day. So we're going to say const square braces day, comma, set day, assign the setter function is equal to use state, and invoke the use state hook and pass in a default value of 1. So day is going to be by default 1. Now while we're here, we're actually going to create all the stateful variables that we're going to need inside of our application. All of these are going to come in handy inside of the dashboard. So underneath name and day, we're going to have another one. This one's going to be const square braces date time. And this is used to keep track of a whole bunch of stuff. And then we're going to have the comma and set date time. And that's equal to a use state value of null. So that's going to be empty by default. After that, we're going to have const square braces history, comma set history. If you recall, this is going to be for our history display. So that's going to be equal to use state. And by default, that's going to have a value of an empty array. And essentially what's going to happen is as we get history values, so previous attempts, they're going to be added as entries in this array. And underneath that, we're going to have const square braces attempts and set attempts. And this is going to be used for accuracy. And that's going to have a value of or equals use state. And that's going to start off with 0 attempts. Now, underneath this, what we're also going to actually do is just get the words for today. And the way that we're going to do that is by importing our words. So what we're going to do up the top of our app, underneath where we have all of these import statements, we're going to add another one, and we're going to import words from, And this is going to be a string, and it's going to be ./utils/vocab.json. So words contains all of the words that we're looking to learn. So now that we have all of the words, what we can do is find out what words we have for this particular day. And the way that we do that is by coming underneath our stateful variables, and we're going to have a regular variable. Now, if we think about how words is going to work, essentially we select a day. So the day is interactive because the user clicks to change the day. They, complete a cycle. So the day is a stateful variable. But the words is a computed value, or it's a derived value. So the words is derived from the day and our words vocabulary. So what we do in here is we say const days words is equal to, and we can use a regular value because it's just derived. A user's not going to directly modify the day's words, they're going to modify the day. And every time the day is modified, day's words is going to be recalculated. Now, in addition to words, we actually need one other thing, and if you come into the index.js, down the very bottom, we have the plan. Now, the plan is a generalized structure or a normalized structure that defines the space repetition algorithm. So it's super clever, and we're going to need it because obviously that's our plan. So we need three things to figure out what words we're going to have for the day. We need the current day, we need the plan, which we can look up the day that we're on inside of, and then we need our vocab. And so what we're going to do is we're going to call capital PALN, plan, just like that, and we're going to have to import that from utils. So we're going to, up the top, import curly braces plan from string ./utils, and I think that should actually do it, just like that. So that should give us access to the plan. And what we can do now, let's actually just come in here and console log some stuff. So let's console.log words. And now if we come into our console, here we can see we have all of our words just behind my head. So that's all good. And there's a bunch of them. So that's all of our words. Now what we can also do just quickly is change our console log and have a look at the plan. So I can just throw the plan in, and now if I save that, we can see the plan. And so here we have an object where we have all of the days, and these are the indexes of the words that we're going to be learning on a particular day. So on day 1, we're introducing words 0, 1, 2. On day 2, we're reviewing words 0, 1, 2, and we're introducing 3, 4, 5. On day 3, we're reviewing 3, 4, 5, and we're introducing 6, 7, 8. And you can see that we only revisit words 0, 1, 2 on day 5 after day 2. So that's kind of how the space repetition works. So now that we have the plan and we have the words, let's finish off the words for today. So what we do is we go to our plan and we use the square braces to look up the day. So if the day is currently 1, then what I can do is change this console log. So let me move it down beneath day's words, and we could actually log day's words. So day's words for today is going to look, if I just clear all this and refresh the page, we can see just here, these are today's words, so 0, 1, 2. Now what we do with day's words is an array, and so we're going to call a .map method because obviously 0, 1, 2 is not the words that we want. And the .map takes an arrow function, and that's going to be the index, so we're going to call the argument idx. So idx is going to be either 0, 1, or 2. And we're going to iterate over this array, and for each index, we're going to return the actual word instead of the index number. So what we're going to do is we're going to call a function called getWordByIndex. Now that auto import came up for me, so up here you can see I've imported getWordByIndex from utils. Now getWordByIndex essentially is a utility function created in here. We could probably look it up, getWordByIndex, and it essentially just gives us back the word and we give it the index. So what we're going to do is we pass in words. So we pass in all of the words, and then we have a second argument, which is the IDX. And this gives us back an object containing the word and the definition. And so we can just return that, but we want to access the .word key because we don't want the object, we just want the word. So this function right here, this bit of code is going to get us an object containing the word and the definition, and we're going to access the .word key and just return it. So now when I go ahead and save that, we can see just here that instead of having the 0, 1, 2, I now have lugubrious, water, and beset. So those are our words to be introduced on day 1. And so now that I have the day's words, I think we are pretty much prepared to carry on with the dashboard. So if we come into stats, we can see what we need next. So inside of stats, essentially what we are going to have is a name. We're going to need a day. We're going to need the number of attempts, and we're also going to need the plan. And all of this is so that we can calculate our current level. We can calculate, a whole bunch of stuff essentially. Our streak, the number of words seen, our accuracy. So what we're going to do is start off by telling this component to expect a couple of parameters. So where we destructure out the name, we're also going to destructure out the day, and we're going to destructure out attempts, and also plan all uppercase. Now, because we're destructuring out day, we're going to have to remove, or we defined it as a variable. That's all good. And now that we have destructured, or basically told stats to expect all this stuff, we need to pass these things down into the component. So if we come back into the app, we can pass all this information down as attribute style props into the dashboard. So first up, after name, we're going to have attempts. So I'm going to create an attribute called attempts. It's going to be equal to some curly braces, and we're going to pass in attempts. I'm going to do the same with plan. So all uppercase, plan equal to curly braces, and pass in plan. And the other one was, so we've got attempts, we've got day, obviously. Day equals to curly braces, day. So we can go ahead and save that. And now that we have all of these things, they're passed into the dashboard. And if you recall, everything that goes into the dashboard is propagated down to stats because we spread out the props to stats, which says whatever the dashboard receives also becomes attribute style props of stats. So now if I go ahead and refresh the page, everything is still happy, but now we actually have these values passed into stats. And so we can come into stats, and now that we are receiving all of these things, we need to actually calculate a couple of derived values. So first up is going to be the current level. So we're going to say const current level. So current LVL is equal to, and what we're going to do is we're going to call a utility function called calc level. So we're going to need to import that from utils, just as I have up here. I use the auto import, and if we invoke that, that takes the day. So we pass in the day, and I think that should be all that it needs. So if we go ahead and save that, we should be able to console.log the current level, and I think that should be nan because we currently don't have a level. But that's pretty good. The other thing I want to do is calculate the floored level. So I'm going to say const floored LVL is equal to math.floor and pass in the current level. We'll see why I'm doing that in a second. And then what I'm also going to do is say const remainder equal to brackets current level subtract the floored level, and I'm going to times that value by 100 outside of the circular braces. Now what this does is it essentially calculates our XP on the current level. So how far through the current level are we until we get to the next level? So take 4.6 might be the current level, floor that level to get 4. So the difference is 0.6, multiply that by 100, 60% of the current level. That's kind of how this calculation works. So now that we have these values, as I said, we don't need to have them as stateful variables. They're just derived values based on the day That's all good. Now we can come and modify some of the code that we have in here. So first up is streak. That's equal to day -1. That's actually good the way that it is. So the streak is 0 because we haven't begun. That makes sense. Underneath that, we can come down to words seen. Now what we're going to do in here, instead of having 101, we're actually going to call a utility function called calculate new words, and we're going to hit enter on that function to make sure that it's added to our import line up the top. So there we have our utility function calculate new words, and we can go ahead and invoke it, and all it does is it takes day -1 as an argument. And the reason we do day -1 is because we don't want to include the words of the current day because we haven't seen those words yet. So we just pass in day -1. If we go ahead and save that, we can see that currently we have seen 0 words, which makes complete sense. And finally, what we're going to do is modify accuracy. So instead of having 93.3, what we're going to do is we are going to remove that, keep the period, and in front of that we're going to have some circular parentheses, and we're going to pass in calculate accuracy. So this is another utility function, so I'm going to hit enter on the auto import to make sure calculate accuracy is added to our import from our utility functions. And then we're going to go ahead and invoke that, and that takes in the number of attempts and also the day. So it just has 2 arguments, which is the attempt and the day, and it can figure out what our accuracy must be based on how many attempts and what day we're up to. And I'm going to change to fixed to 1. And the other thing I'm going to do is once we've calculated that value, so just inside of the circular parentheses before the dot, I'm going to multiply it by 100 so that instead of having a decimal value, it gives us a percentage value. So if we go ahead and save that, our accuracy is currently nan, and that makes perfect sense. Now that's not all. We need to come down to the progress bar. Now for the progress bar, we're going to give it some attribute style props, and that's going to be equal to text. Now text is the text that's going to display in the bar, where currently we have hello world. That obviously doesn't make much sense. So text is going to be equal to curly braces, and this is going to be our current level. So text equals curly braces template literal string, and this is going to have the words LVL, and then we're going to have $ curly braces, and then we're going to inject the floored level. So it might be like we're on level 4, and then the progress bar will show how far through level 4 we are. And the other thing we need to do is pass it down a remainder. Now the remainder is pretty much the XP. So we're going to give it an attribute style prop equal to remainder, and that's just equal to curly braces, and we inject in remainder. So now that we've passed in those 2 attribute style props, what we can do is come into our progress bar and tell it to receive them. So if we come into the progress bar, we can tell the progress bar to receive them by giving it the argument props, and we can then destructure. We can say const curly braces and destructure out text and remainder equal to props to get us access to them, and then we can comment out the const declaration. And what we can do now is text is injected, that's perfect, but what we can do is come down to this width right here, and the width is going to be equal to the remainder. So instead of having 80%, what I can do is I can just throw in the remainder like that, and now we have level nan, and that's all good because we don't currently have a level. That's absolutely fine, but eventually when we get started, you know, it will become a number and get moving, which is perfect. So that pretty much sorts us for stats. After stats, what we're going to do is start on the countdown. So we're going to come into the countdown component, and currently that's got a whole lot of hard-coded content in it. And inside here, we're going to need some properties. So what we're going to do is tell the component to expect props. We haven't given it any yet, but in this case, we're going to start off by telling it to expect it and giving it to them later. So in here, what I'm going to do is destructure out. I'm going to say const curly braces. And what we need in here is handle change page. This is important. We'll see why we need that shortly. Well, in short, it's pretty much because this is where we have our start button. We are also going to need days words. We're going to need date, time, and day equal to props. So we need 4 attribute style props for this component. Now what I'm going to do is actually just copy all these props from countdown, and I'm going to come into our dashboard, and I'm just going to put in this exact same spread operation just here. So we're going to propagate down our props from the dashboard, and I realize in doing that I lost my copy here. So I'm going to copy these 4 attribute style props that we're destructuring out inside of the countdown, and now we can come to the app. Now obviously dashboard currently has names, attempts, plan, and day. We need a couple more, so I'm going to paste the 4 in there like that. Now this syntax doesn't work, it's just going to make my life a little bit easier in terms of remembering exactly what they are. We already have day, so I can remove that. Date time, well, that can be equal to curly braces, and we can pass in date time. That's perfect. Day's word, we can remove the comma. That can be equal to curly braces, day's words. And finally, handle change page is equal to curly braces. And that is the function we created just here, handle change page. And so we can pass in handle change page. So now the dashboard has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 attribute style props. They get passed into the dashboard and then propagated directly down into stats and countdown. And then inside of countdown, we can receive these props. Now, the main thing that's happening inside of the countdown is we need to calculate how much more of the day is remaining. And so we're going to do this with a little bit of JavaScript. And what we're going to need is a couple of values. One is going to be called target milliseconds. So we're going to say const target millis is equal to the date time. Now for the second, we're just going to console.log datetime and remind ourselves what exactly is coming up. So I'm going to right click. Oh, that's the wrong one. Right, there are developer tools. Currently it is null, and that's all good. Now when it's a null value, that doesn't really do us much good. So what we're actually going to have to do is provide a backup value. And essentially what this is doing is it's just calculating how many milliseconds we have left in the day, and then we convert that into an amount. So that's all good. So if date time doesn't exist, I'm going to have the OR short circuit, and I'm going to say date, capital date dot UTC uppercase, invoke that, and this takes a year, and I'm going to say 1944 to 17, 12, 0, and 0. So we can see what that is. That's just a year, a month, a date, hours, minutes, seconds. Now this is just going to give us a random value and tell us how much left of that we have, and it will default to 24 hours, which is just what we want, so that's perfect. And that only happens if we don't have a date time, and we only don't have a date time when a user hasn't begun the app yet. So this is just some backup logic essentially so that our code doesn't break. So that's the OR short circuit. Now if you're not familiar with how the OR short circuit works, essentially is it checks if this first entity exists. Well, we confirm that it's currently null. And so if the first entity exists, it assigns that first entity to the variable. Otherwise, we have a backup case. Now, underneath that, what we can do is define some states. So I'm going to say const square braces remaining ms set remaining ms is equal to, and I'm going to call the useStateHook. Now this needs to be a stateful variable because it's going to modify itself every second. Now this one isn't going to be dependent on a user interaction. It's going to be even smarter than that. We'll see how this works in a second, but for now, remaining milliseconds, which is how many milliseconds are left in the day, needs to be a stateful variable. So I'm going to go ahead and invoke that, making sure that I have also imported the useStateHook. Now if I go ahead and save that, that's all good. And what we're going to do is pass in a default value. Now the default value is going to be, we're going to call countdown in 24 hours. Now this is a utility function that essentially just takes a millisecond amount and returns an object. So we're going to make sure we import that countdown in 24 hours function from our utility functions folder. This is passed into the circular braces, which is the default value for our remaining millisecond state. We're going to invoke it and pass in target milliseconds. So just here we pass in target milliseconds, and that's going to count how many milliseconds we have left in the day and convert it into something that is more usable than just milliseconds. So if I were to now change our console log to instead show remaining ms, we'll get something very different. We can see that remaining milliseconds is, a very negative value, and that's because obviously we don't have it. We've overflowed the milliseconds in that particular day. So if it was less than 24, then we would have like an actual reasonable number here. Now the last thing we're going to do is calculate the timer. So we're going to say const timer is equal to, and we're going to have one more utility function. This is called convert milliseconds. Now this is going to see if the number of milliseconds is valid to this current day, or if we've pretty much overflowed, and that's because we're past this particular date time here, or one that was previously set, in which case we'll reset our app for the user because they've run out of their 24 hours. But all we do is we invoke that, making sure that we add it to our import line up the top, and we just pass in remaining milliseconds. And this one doesn't need to be a stateful value because it's just derived from the stateful value. Every time the stateful value changes, this is going to be recalculated. And now if I just move this console.log beneath timer and console.log the timer, we will see just here that it converts that millisecond amount into hours, minutes, and seconds, which is just what we want. So we can see that we are 711,000 hours past 1944, which is pretty funny. But they're just, essentially all we're doing is we're counting down in 24 hours, and we're finding the remaining milliseconds. So that's pretty much all this functionality does. Date time is, pretty much the date time since our most recent entry. So now that we have all of these values, what we can do is come into our code and start showing them. Now just here where we have this H3, it currently has 13 hours, 45 minutes, and 22 seconds. What we're going to do is make it a dynamic value. Now it's going to be a little bit confusing, so bear with me. What we're going to do is keep the add some curly braces. Now inside the curly braces just here, we're going to start off by checking if datetime exists. If we have a datetime, so we use datetime question mark, then we have a case if true, and we have a case if false. So we have datetime question mark, if true, we have a case in here, otherwise, colon, and after the colon, we have the else case. So if we do have a datetime, well, actually, let's do the otherwise. If we don't have a datetime, what we're going to do is return a string that just says 24H60M space 60S. So if we don't have a date time, then the user hasn't started yet, so we just say there's 24 hours on the clock waiting to begin. Otherwise, what we're going to do is have a template literal string. Now this template literal string is going to start off with having $sign curly braces to inject some JavaScript, and we're going to say math.abs, so take a potentially negative value and convert it to be positive. And we're going to pass in timer.hours. And then after the curly brace, we're going to have H, then we're going to have a space, $sign curly braces, do the exact same thing, math.absolute value, invoke or call that method, pass in timer.minutes. And then after the curly braces, have the capital M. And then space, and still within the template literal string, $sign curly braces, math.abs, invoke that with the circular parentheses and pass in timer.seconds, and then have S after that. And that's just going to, what I could do is enter this onto some new lines to make it a little clearer. That's going to check if we do have a date time, then calculate how much time left, or essentially insert these values. Otherwise, just show the generic 24 hours. And once again, pro of React, I'm writing some pretty complex JavaScript straight into the HTML. And because once again we haven't started, we see that we have 24 hours on the clock. And technically, I think it should be 23:59. So let's actually just make that 23:59 and 60 seconds. Makes a little bit more sense, even though it doesn't look as good. You can fiddle around with it. Maybe we say 23:59:59 for consistency. Anywho, the other thing we have to make dynamic is obviously the words for today. And so for this, we can get rid of the 16, throw in some curly braces, and we can just say day's words, which is the list of today's words dot length. and that should just say 3. So here we have 3 words for today, and then finally we have the start button, and we need an onClick event for the start button. So we're going to say onClick equal to, as an attribute to the opening button tag, we're going to pass in an arrow function, an anonymous arrow function, and inside the arrow function we're going to call handle change page, invoke that, and just say page 2, which, if you remember, if we save that and come to our app, is the challenge page. So that's the onClick event for our countdown. When we click it, we invoke this, we call handle change page, we pass in the page index 2, and that should take us to the challenge page. And so I should actually be able to click this now, and it takes us to the challenge page, and obviously the challenge page is the last thing we have to make fully interactive. But that's pretty good for our countdown. The last thing we're going to work on before we come over to the challenge is obviously history. Now, coming into the dashboard quickly, I'm just going to do the same thing I've done before and spread out props to propagate them down from the dashboard straight into the history component. And now what we're going to do is come into history, tell it to receive some props, and we're just going to start off by destructuring out everything we need inside of history. Now history, believe it or not, only needs the history. So we can just say const destructure out history inside of some curly braces equals to props. And that's going to give us access to the history. And what I'm also going to do is say const history keys is equal to object, capital object dot keys, and invoke that and pass in history. And this is going to give me an array of the keys inside of history. And there's a good reason I've done this. Now, what this is going to allow us to do is that if history keys is 0 in length, that means that we have no history. So just down here where we have this line that says you have no attempts, we're going to make this conditionally rendered. And this is something really cool inside of React. We only want this line to show up if the length of history keys is equal to 0. And we can do that very easily inside of React. What we do is we take the element we want to hide or conditionally render, wrap it inside of circular braces, and then inside of squiggly braces. So squiggly braces on the outside, circular braces on the inside. And then in front of the circular braces, we can just say history keys dot length equal to 0, and then have the AND operator, so double ampersand. And what this is essentially going to do is it's going to say, okay, check this condition right here. Only if this is true, render out the second thing just here. So if history keys.length is equal to 0, and only then render out this paragraph. So if I go ahead and save that and come back to refresh the app, come to the dashboard, it says cannot convert undefined or null to object. That makes sense because we obviously haven't passed down history yet. So let's come into the app. We need to pass down history to our dashboard so that it consequently gets passed to the history. So we can just give dashboard a attribute style prop called history and assign history to that attribute. So if I go ahead and save that, now we see that you have no attempts that is showing up because we legitimately don't have any attempts. However, what we don't want to show up inside of history is both of these. So we can't have these attempts just here if we have no attempts. So we want it to be one or the other. Now there's two ways that you could do this. One, I could actually take this list and also conditionally render it, because we only want to show up this list if we actually do have attempts. So what I could do is do exactly what I've done above, wrap this inside of curly braces, throw a conditional statement out the front, and just say if history keys.length is greater than 0. Or what I can do is turn this into a ternary operator. I think it's the ternary operator. Instead of having the ampersand, we can have the question mark, and we can have the colon at the end. So the question mark turns this into a true-false statement. So if true, render the case if true, otherwise circular braces, and inside of these circular braces, I can have my history list and paste that in here. And so now what we have is we have some syntax that says history keys.length equal to 0 question mark. If true, return this JSX. Otherwise, after the colon, we have the otherwise case. Otherwise, that means that history.keys has some entries, it's greater than 0, so we can then return the history list. So if I go ahead and save that, now we can see currently we have no attempts, and that's perfect. Now, what we want in here is to actually render out all of the attempts that we have. And this is going to be dynamic. Currently, we have a hard-coded value. So what we're going to do is inside the history list, in front of the currently hard-coded value, we're going to have some curly braces, and we're going to iterate over history keys, and for every element inside of history keys, essentially return an entry that looks like this. So we can say history keys, and if you remember, we use the .map method. We invoke it with the circular parentheses. All of this is inside of curly parentheses because it's obviously JavaScript. And inside here, we pass in a callback function. Now this callback function, or this, I think the arrow function, receives two arguments. One's going to be the item, and one's going to be the item index. Now the item index is used for that unique key, which we'll see in a second, and the item is actually going to be, each entry inside of history keys. And inside of this map function, what we can do is just say const date key is equal to, and this is going to be some complex logic that we'll see in a second, but it's just some weird date formatting to make sure that we have the date perfect. For the second, I'm just going to make it a string, and underneath that, what we do is we just return circular braces, and inside here, we can just take what we have down here, this hard-coded one, and throw it inside of the return. Now, if you recall, when we iteratively render content, we need to make sure that the div, the first entry to be returned, has a unique key attribute. So we say key equal to circular braces, and that's why we access the item index. The item index is obviously always going to be unique because only one entry is at every index. And so if I go ahead and save that, that won't do anything because currently we don't have any historical records, but we will in a second. But the last thing we pretty much need to do is just work on this date key. So the date key, instead of it being a string, is going to be some circular braces, and we're going to say new date and invoke or instantiate a new date entity, and inside here I'm going to pass in the item. And we'll see what this looks like when we actually start to build up some history, but we're just going to get the code done in advance. Outside of these circular braces, I'm going to call the toString method, and then I'm going to call .split, split it on the space key. So I'm going to invoke split, pass in a string with a space in the middle. And inside here, I'm going to say .slice, and I'm going to slice it from 1 through 4. And then finally, I'm going to say .join, and I'm going to join it with a space. Now, essentially what this does is it takes a date, it converts it to a string, it splits that string on every space, and then it takes the entries from that split from the 0 up to the 4th, and then it rejoins them with a string. And this just means instead of having like a whole long complex date entity, I have a text formatted one. If you want to check the GitHub for this line, just to make sure you've got it correct, obviously that's linked in the description down below. Don't worry too much about it. It's just some string formatting to make sure it looks pretty. And now I can take this date key, and instead of having this hard-coded one just here, the date key is essentially just going to be this. So I can remove that, have some curly braces, and inject the date key. Now the last thing we're going to need is to replace 53. That's going to be the streak. I'm going to remove that. That's going to be some curly braces because it's some JavaScript, and this is just going to be history. So we're going to look inside of our history and look up. So we're going to have some square braces and look up the item, and that's going to find the streak associated with that historical item. So if I go ahead and save that, we obviously don't see any of this come up because we don't have any attempts, but when we do start adding some attempts, that will all become very clear. And just like that, we have officially made our whole dashboard fully dynamic. Everything is essentially, there's no more static coding, it's fully interactive, and now we can start working on the challenge. So now to jump into the challenge, what we're going to do is start off, come over to the component, and pretty much give it everything it needs, and then we can pass all that down. Now, as we've seen, to tell a component to expect properties, we pretty much give it props as an argument when we define the functional component. And underneath where we've now given it that argument, what we can do is destructure out everything we're going to need. So we're going to say const curly braces. We're going to start off with day. We'll need day's words, so we'll comma separate them. We'll need handle change page after a comma. Handle change page in case a user wants to quit or go back to the main page. We'll also need a function called handle increment attempts, which doesn't exist yet, but we'll define it shortly. We'll need handle complete day, and we'll need the plan, and that is equal to props. Now in these cases, we've seen day, we've seen day's words, we've seen handle change page, so that needs to say page. We haven't seen handle increment attempts, we haven't seen handle complete day, and we have seen plan. So handle increment attempts pretty much is just, we're going to have an independent counter on how many attempts a user has tried, and that's going to allow us to construct the accuracy, so that's going to be a function we'll create shortly. And handle complete day is just what's going to happen if they get to the end, finish the progress bar, they're all done, and then we're going to return them home. So that's going to be super important. Now underneath where we've pretty much gained access to these things, what we're going to do is define some stateful variables, because this is going to be arguably the most interactive component of them all. So we're going to need an input for a user to type into. We're going to need to keep track of what word they're up to. We're also going to need a list of all the words up ahead, and that list is going to need to be modified depending on, if a user gives up on a word and we show them a word, we need to add it to the end of the list to make sure we test them again on it. So there's going to be quite a lot of interactivity. So what we're going to do now is define 3 stateful variables to manage most of this interactivity. Well, actually, it's going to be 4. First, we're going to say const square braces, and then we're going to have word index and set word index just like this. That is equal to use state. We'll invoke that, make sure that we import it up the top, and the word index is going to start off at 0 for the first word. Now underneath that, we're going to have a second one, and this stateful variable is going to be to manage the value of the input. So we're going to say const input val set input val inside of the square braces is equal to use state, and that's going to default to an empty string. Now underneath that, we're going to have another one that's called const square braces show definition and set show definition, and this one is going to be equal to use state, and it's going to be false by default. And can you guess what it does? It's going to be a Boolean yes or no that conditionally renders the definition of the word. So, we don't always want the definition showing up, especially if we're testing them, but maybe we do if it's the first time a user has encountered that word. And then underneath that, we're going to have one more, and that's going to be called const square braces list to learn and set list to learn equal to use state, invoke that, pass in an array. And I'm going to enter the array onto some new lines, and what we're going to do is spread out the day's words. So we're going to take the words we have to learn for today, and they're going to construct our list to learn for today. Then we're going to have a comma, and I forgot I need the spread operator in front of day's words. And then underneath that, what we're going to do is spread out, except this time we're going to call shuffle. Now shuffle, as you can see from the auto import, the IntelliSense right here, is a utility function. So I'm going to hit enter on shuffle, and that's going to make sure it's imported up the top just here. And shuffle is a function. So we invoke the function and we pass in an array of words. So I could pass in day's words, and what that's going to do is just shuffle our array of words. And the reason we want to do this is because we really don't want to basically allow a user to cheat by just remembering the order of the words. We want them to be able to reshuffle it and just know from a word, and to essentially create that effect, we need to shuffle our array. Then we're going to do comma, and I'm going to copy this line and paste it twice more. So we're essentially going to cover each word at least 4 times on a particular day just to really hit it home. And the second, or the last 3 rounds are essentially going to be shuffled. So if we have 3 words to learn on a particular day, then we're actually going to practice these words 12 times. And that's assuming they get them all right. Now underneath that, what we're going to do is just say const word, and word is going to be equal to, and we're going to go list to learn, access that stateful variable, and look up the word index. So we're going to have some square braces to access a particular index in that array, and we're going to look up the value of word index, which at the moment is 0. So our word is going to be the first word. So I can actually remove the hard-coded version beneath. And now underneath that, what we're going to do is just create another variable to check if it's a new word. So we're going to say const is new word equal to, and this is going to be a Boolean state. So when I'm defining a true or false, I like to start it off with is, because, it either is or it isn't. So it's true or it's false. Is it a new word? And we're going to tie show definition to is new word. So essentially, we could do it the other way around, show definition if it's a new word, and pretty much just show the definition on is new word, and is new word also encompasses if we're showing the definition. And we'll see how this works in just a second. So what we're going to do is we're going to set it equal to show definition or. So we're essentially going to have 2 cases in which technically it's a new word and the definition needs to be showed. So if it's show definition, that means that a user has clicked to see the definition. So it's essentially, for all intents and purposes, a new word for them. Or the other case is we're going to have some circular parentheses, and we're going to say not, and call on another utility function called isEncountered. Now, isEncountered is going to need to be imported from utils. So here I have my import just up the top, and it's basically going to say true or false if it's encountered. Now, if it not is encountered, so it's not encountered, we're going to invoke this function, and we have to pass in the day and the word. So we check on the current day, and from the day we can infer whether or not we have seen this word before. So we're going to have this, but we're also going to have a second condition that says and word index is less than days words dot length. So essentially what this does is it makes sure that, let's say hypothetically we enter these shuffled versions. Technically, if isEncountered is only dependent on the day, then every time we encounter it inside of these shuffles, it's going to pretend like it hasn't encountered it before. So on a particular day, even if this word is brand new, we don't want to see it in these shuffle as soon as we reach a word index that is essentially looking up words from the shuffle. So that's why we just check if the word index is less than days words, because if days words is 3, but we're on the 11th index, we can guarantee we've seen all of the words. So this is just some slightly complex Boolean logic to determine whether or not we actually have a new word. Now the last thing we need to do is just change out this definition right here. So definition is actually going to be, and what we're going to do is come up the top, and we are going to import definitions from string dot slash, actually dot slash, double dot slash, and we'll come into the utils directory, and that's going to be utils slash vocab.json. So this is where we're going to import our definitions from. So from this JSON file right here, if you recall, it's got the word and the associated definition. So now that we have all of the definitions, what we can do, and it looks like that may be unhappy, but we'll come resolve that in just a second, I think. Yeah, we'll come resolve it in a second. And then what we're going to do is come down here, and we're going to look up definitions. So we're going to call definitions square braces and look up the word. And that's going to find the definition for us. And that actually got rid of the error that we were having. So that is a fair bit of logic. We essentially define some stateful values. We define a list of words to learn, which includes the day's words. And then it just shuffles them 3 more times. So, we get a fair amount of practice. We get the current word, which is based on the word index inside of our list to learn. We check if it's a new word, whether or not the user has showed the definition, or we have not encountered it before. on the condition that we're in the first few words. And then finally, we actually have the definition for the word. So now that we have all of this, we can come down into our code and start making some adjustments. And the first one is the definition, because we want to conditionally render it. Currently, it's permanently rendered. If I click start, well, day's words is not iterable, and that's because we actually should pass in some information. So currently, I lie, we have all of this stuff right here that's so important for this component, but we're not giving it access to any of it. So we need to come into our app and pass in some attribute style props. So if we head over to our app, we have a few things that we need to do. So above our use effect, underneath handle create account, we're going to create some extra functions. The first one is going to be called function handle complete day. If you recall, that was a function that we told our challenge to expect. And the other one we're going to create is going to be a function called handle increment attempts, just like that. Now, essentially what handle increment attempts is going to do is just take the current attempt number and add 1 and save it to local storage. So that's pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do is say const new record is equal to access the attempts value. If you remember, inside of app.jsx, attempts was a stateful variable that we defined. So we just say new record is equal to attempts plus 1. And then what we can do is we can say local storage.setItem, call the .setItem method, assign a key called attempts, like that, and just set the new record equal to that key, or assign that new record to that key, and then we can look it up later. Now the last thing we need to do is call set attempts to update the set or the attempt stateful variable to match the new record. So that's very important. And we cannot directly assign or directly modify attempts. We have to use the setter function, and that's because the stateful variable attempts is immutable. It cannot be mutated, so we have to use the setter function instead. So that's pretty important. One of the other benefits of defining a secondary variable to, essentially be a temporary state is because we can assign it to local storage. We've got it here to set to local storage really easily. So that's everything we need for handle increment attempts. Now handle complete day is fairly close, just a little bit more complex. What we do is we say const new day equal to the day plus 1. So we increment the day. We're going to say const new date time is equal to call date, the date constructor, and we're going to say dot now. And that's just going to give us a snapshot of this exact moment. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say set day equal to new day. So override the previous day with the new day that's incremented. We're going to say set date time equal to the new date time. And now that we have these variables, we're going to save them to our database. So we're going to say local storage.setItem, invoke that, have the key be day. Now in this case, we're going to save an object to local storage. Now this is slightly more complex. So we're going to say comma, and we're going to have our object, and in here the object is going to have a key called day. And we're going to assign new day to our key called day, and we're going to have a comma and then have a second key, and that's going to be date time, colon, new date time. So we're creating an object that has two keys, day and date time, and they just contain those new values just here. Now we can't set an object to local storage because it's a JSON database. So what we do is wrap it inside of circular parentheses, and then out the front we say json.stringify. And that essentially takes our object and turns it into JSON, which can be saved to local storage. Now the last thing we need to do on completing the day, which increments the day number, it snapshots the new time instant, and it also essentially just says to the user, okay, you've finished all your practice for today. We need to set the selected page back to 1. So essentially what that does is it just makes sure that we go from the challenge page back to the dashboard. So now that we have these two functions, what we can do is pass them down as attribute style props. So what I'm actually going to do is save that, come into challenge, And just here, this is everything we need inside of challenge. So I'm going to copy all of these keys and I'll come back into my app and I'll scroll down to challenge and I'm just going to paste them as attributes in here. Now that's not happy code because we've got a whole lot of commas and we don't have any values assigned to these attribute style props, but we can deal with that in a second. So we can start off with day. We can say day is equal to curly braces pass in the day. And then we can do the same for day's words. So remove the comma, say day's words is equal to day's words. So assign day's words to an attribute style prop called day's words. We can do the same for handle change page. So handle change page is equal to handle change page. Imagine that. Handle increment attempts, we can remove the comma and say that's equal to curly braces, and we can assign that function directly. Handle increment attempts. We can do the same for handle complete day. Handle complete day is equal to handle complete day inside of curly braces. And finally, plan is equal to plan. And that's passing down all the attribute style props we need. And now I should be able to refresh the page, click start, come into here, and we have lugubrious, which is our first word. So the word is actually selecting correctly because remember, these are our words for today. And here we have a whole, you can just see them. We have a whole lot of little keys that tell us whether or not we're typing it correctly. And what we can do now is finish the logic down here. So since challenge now has access to all of the information we need, we can continue to flesh it out. So first up, we need to conditionally render the definition, which I was harping on about a while ago. So we're going to select this paragraph that contains the definition. Because it's conditionally rendered, it needs to be JavaScript friendly. So we're going to wrap it in curly braces. And inside that have a secondary layer of circular braces. That's just me being pedantic. And out the front, we're going to say is new word and then have the and check. So is new word and show the definition. If not is new word, do not show the definition. So this is a very simple conditional line that only shows the definition if is new word is true, which means that show definition is true, or we haven't encountered the word before. So if I go ahead and save that, the definition still shows up because we actually haven't seen lugubrious technically yet. And that makes sense because we're on day 1. Now scrolling down into our helper function, the next thing we need to make interactive is this section just here. Now if you recall, we have a little div in here for every key or character inside of the definition. And so what we need to do is pretty much dynamically assign a style that's either correct or incorrect based on whether or not the value of the input is matching the definition. So technically what we need to do first is wire up our input. Now to wire up the input, as we saw on page 1, the first thing we need to add is the value attribute to the input. So we say value equal to, and up the top, the stateful variable we're going to tie it to is called input val. So I'm going to say equal to input val just like that. We also need a second attribute that's going to be on change. Now on change receives a callback or an arrow function, and that arrow function receives an event, and inside the arrow function what we do is we just say set input val, we invoke it and we pass an e.target.value, which is going to get the new value of the input and assign it to our stateful variable. So that's our little on change for our wonderful input, and once again that just receives the event and then we set the state. And now this input stateful variable, or the input and the stateful variable, are tied together. Now the benefit of that is that means when I type in here, I can access that value and I can dynamically compare it to the definition. And then depending on whether or not a key at a particular index matches, I can assign a style. Now we're going to calculate the styles dynamically, so what I'm going to do is just above where we return these little divs inside of our iteratively rendered map block, is I'm going to define a variable. It's called const style to apply, and that's going to be equal to a whole lot of logic. Now inside here, what we're going to do is start off by checking the input length. And the reason we're going to do that is because if the input is blank, or if pretty much we haven't typed out the word yet, then we want a blank style. So we're going to say input val dot length is less than, and we're going to check the element. Now the element is the current essentially letter in the definition. So actually it'd probably be better to change element to char for character. So I'm going to change that to character, and now what I can do is I can say is the input val.length less than the character plus 1. Now essentially just up here the character is, I kind of lied, it's technically the character index because we access the dot keys. So we created an array that has the same length as our definition. So for example, if the index is, or the character index is 0, then we add 1 and we check if the input val is less than that. And if that is true, that means that we don't need a style yet because we're not essentially up to this word. So we have a question mark, and then we have the case if true, and then we have the colon, and then after the case if false. Now if the input val.length is less than the character plus 1, or the character index plus 1, then we return an empty string because we're not ready to even think about whether or not it's right or wrong yet. Otherwise, what we do is we do a comparison. So in the otherwise case, this means that we are now ready to compare a user's submission with the definition. So what I'm going to do is just make sure that these come onto some new lines. And down here, what I'm going to do is say, I'm going to say input val, and I'm going to call the dot split method, and I'm going to split it on the empty string. And that's going to pretty much take our current input value and split it into an array of all the individual characters. Now what I'm going to do is look up the character at the element index, or you could use the character, it doesn't actually matter in this case. And then what I'm going to do, and I spelled that wrong, that's idx, is I'm going to call the dot to lowercase method and invoke that. And that's going to convert the current input character to lowercase at a particular index. Now I don't want to check for case sensitivity, so I'm just going to convert everything to lowercase, and then I'm going to have the equality operator, and I'm going to check if it's equal to, and I'm going to look up the definition, and I'm going to do the exact same thing. So I'm going to call dot split, invoke split, split it on the empty string, look up the element index, just like that. So compare the characters at the same indexes, and then I'm going to call dot to lowercase, invoke that. And now this is going to be a conditional check within a conditional check. So I'm going to see if these are true. So I'm going to say question mark, and then I'm going to have a case if true, and then a case if false. So I'm going to use the colon for the otherwise case. So if it's false, then I'm going to have a string, and that's going to say incorrect, and I'll go over this in a second, don't worry about it. And in between the question mark and the colon, I'm going to have a string, and that's going to say correct. So essentially, just to summarize what's happening here, is we start off checking if the input value.length, so the length of our current input, which is where the user types it in, is less than the current character that we're up to, depending, if we're at the fourth character. So let's think about the fourth little square. If the input value is 3, then we're not ready to style the fourth square. So that's what this does. And essentially, if it's false, if it's true, then we just return an empty string, so no style is applied. Otherwise, then we have this otherwise case. Now, otherwise, that means that we are ready to do a comparison between characters. So what we do is we take our input value and we split it into an array of characters, and we check if the character at a particular index matches that character in the definition. Then we have a secondary ternary operator check, and if it's true, we assign the class correct, and otherwise we assign the class incorrect. And now what we can do is we can take style to apply, and we can just say to this div, we can have a class name equal to, now it's a dynamic class name, so we can't just have a string. So we backspace the string, we have some curly braces. We do have an empty string to start off with, and I'm actually going to make it a string with a space. And then we just add on the style to apply. We concatenate the two strings, add them together, and then we're going to essentially add on correct or incorrect as a class name. So now if I go ahead and save that, I should be able to do my comparison, and I could see it working in there. So here I have my definition, and if I type E, it goes blue because it's correct, but then if I type another E, it goes red because it's incorrect. So we can see just here that every time I hit an E, it's correct or incorrect. And it doesn't matter if we overflow, but if I type it correctly, so excessively mournful or gloomy, then we get the whole thing perfect. How cool is that? So that's working really nicely. We've got that little input or prompt up the top, and that's a great feature to have. Now, if we come down to the input on challenge, a few things need to happen in here when a user is typing in a new value. For example, if we come into our thing, when a user has entered the correct number of characters, we need to check if they're correct, and if they are correct, we need to move them on to the next entry. If we also find that they've entered the sufficient number of characters but they're incorrect, we need to add one to their attempts but not move them on to the next one. So what we're going to do in here is add some conditional logic that says if a user has entered the correct number of characters, we need to do a few things. One, if the entry is correct, we need to increment attempts and move them on to the next word. Two, if the entry is incorrect, we need to increment attempts. And also if they are, and this one is a bit more specific because if they're backspacing, if they've entered too many characters, if they're backspacing down but they end up having an entry that's the same length, then we don't want to consider that. So we're pretty much just going to add some logic in here that does all of this. So what I'm going to do is say if e.target.value.length is equal to definition.length. And then I'm going to have some curly braces. So if the input or the e.target.value is equal to the definition, then we need to move them on to the next word. Now, one other thing that I want to do in here is, well, actually, there's a few things I want to do in here. So first, this is going to check if the lengths are correct. And in this case, we're going to compare the words. So in here, I'm going to compare words. So just before we compare the words, though, there's actually one other check I want to do. We're going to imagine you're typing words, you're adding characters, and you finally add enough characters for the comparison to happen. Now, there's two conditions where this can happen. It could also be you've added too many characters and you're backspacing down. Now, if you're backspacing, I don't want to consider this as another attempt. So what I'm going to do is throw in an AND condition on here that just says e.target.value. So the value of the input is greater than input_val.length. And that needs to be e.target.value.length. So this is just a secondary check that makes sure we're not backspacing and suddenly we match character lengths, because we've already technically checked that. To add those characters in the first place, we will have run that check. So this makes sure that we ignore the case where we're just backspacing down. So that's important. Now what I'm going to do in here that I have, since I have this and, these two conditions to check, if they're both true, then we can compare the words. Now the way we're going to compare the words is we're going to say if e.target.value, so if the input value .to lowercase, I'm going to convert it to lowercase, is equal to, and I'm going to look up the definition .to lowercase. So if the input value is equal to the definition to lowercase, so everything is lowercase so that we don't have case comparison, then the user, inside of this if block, we can say, then the user has the correct outcome. Now, one last thing we need to do in here is if the user has the correct outcome, we need to check if they've finished all of the words. So we need to say check if finished all the words, then end the day. Otherwise, go to next word. Now, one thing I'm doing here that's not really good practice is I'm nesting if conditions. Technically, what you would be better off doing is converting this to guard clauses and returning at the end of one. And maybe that's a challenge for you to think about afterwards. but I'm not going to worry about it for this tutorial. But now what we're going to do in here is just above the second if clause, if we're going to compare the words, then we're going to increment attempts. So I'm going to say handle increment attempts, invoke that, and that's going to increment the number of attempts the user has had at completing a word. Now, if we get into this if block just here, that means the user has the correct definition or input. Then what we're going to do is say if circular braces, the word index is greater than or equal to the list to learn dot length minus 1. So if the word index is currently bigger than the list of words that we have is long, then what we want to do is we want to return out of here, but just before we return, we want to handle complete the day and invoke this. So this one says if the user has the correct input and the day, and we've run out of words to move on to, then what we do is we return out. So we exit this function, we stop doing everything, and we just complete the day. So that's important. If this isn't the case, then what we do is we simply say set word index. And in here, what we do is we get the current, well, we pretty much just increment the word index. So if we come up to the top, what's the word index at the moment? We can just say it's 0. So we could say, take the current value, so word index plus 1, and we can increment it just like that. Now, just underneath that, I want to return, and there's a few other things I just want to do real quick. If we found the correct solution, not only do I want to add one to the word, but I also want to say set show definition false. So if we were showing the definition for the next word that we're about to move to, we make sure it's reset so that we're not showing the definition. That's important. And the other thing we want to do is that we want to set the input value equal to a string, an empty string, because we're moving on to a new word by changing the set word index, so we reset the input state. And the reason we return is because if we don't exit out of this on change, then we would just set the input val to the current input or the new input, and that's not what we want. We want to blank it out. So this is the logic we need to move on to the next word, and if I go ahead and save that, I should actually be able to test that it's working. So I can see that I have 3 words for today I can start, and in here I should be able to type in a whole bunch of characters, and it fails. Then I can remove all of them, and now I can do it correctly. Excessively mournful or gloomy, and it moved on to the next word. Did you see that? And now I could say prison officer or guard, surrounded or troubled persistently by problems. Some of these are pretty long. And now we can see we have an example of where, because we've seen the word before, beset, not that I can remember what the definition was, no definition is shown. And so eventually when we click I forgot, the definition will show up. So we'll get onto that next. But that's working, so that is brilliant. Now there's 2 buttons in here that we need to wire up, the I forgot and the quit. Let's do surely the quit one's pretty easy. If we come down to quit, what we need to do is just add an on-click event to this button. And I think if we come up to props, do we have handle change page? We do in fact have handle change page here. And all we do is we call handle change page in here and we pass in page 1. So that's the on click for the quit button done. And now that's just literally going to take us back to the home page, and I can start again, and it resets that because the component goes away and then it's re-rendered when I restart. So the quit button works. Brilliant. Now the next one we need to do is I forgot. Now I forgot relies on a function called give up, and we need to create this function called give up. And there's a good reason we're making a function for it, and I'll show you why now. So inside of challenge, if we say function give up, just like this, what we do in here is we say set show definition to true, and that's going to show the definition for the current word. But the other thing we want to do if we're showing the definition is we want to essentially null and void this current encounter and add the word to the end of our list. And this is why we defined list to learn as a stateful value, because if a user's giving up, we need to modify. If they click I forgot, we need to forget about the current encounter and re-add the word to the end of the list to make sure they encounter it again. So what we're going to do just before we set show giving up is we're going to say set list to learn, call invoke that, and we're going to pass in an array. And inside of this array, we're going to spread out the current list to learn. So this is essentially going to duplicate the array. Remember, we can't modify the original array, so we're going to create a duplicate copy of it. Then we're going to have a comma, and on the end, we're going to append the current word, which is just up here. So whatever the current word is, we're essentially just going to slam it on the end and make sure that the user has to re-encounter it. And so now that I have the function give up, what I can do is come down to this button down here, and I can just say on click. And now if we're assigning a function directly, in this case we're calling a function. So what we have to do when we call a function, and the reason we're calling a function is so that we can pass in an argument, is we essentially have to pass in an arrow function to the on click, where the arrow function triggers the secondary function. However, I forgot, we actually don't need to invoke it because it doesn't have any arguments. So I can just pass this function or assign this function, reference this original function, and I don't need the arrow function in here. And so I can just say on click refer to give up, which is essentially just, it literally is the function just up here. So once again, to summarize, that's just an interesting thing to be aware of, is that if you are going to call another function and invoke it so that you can pass in an argument, then that needs to be inside of another function, an on-click function. And the main reason that is because if I were to just have this logic, so if I were to just invoke handle change page, then this just happens immediately. And so that's just something important to be aware of, is that if you're going to call a function, you need to put it inside of another function. But if you're just going to assign it by reference, it's all good. You don't need that second function. So now that we have give up, if I say, well, I'm going to have to move through this again, but that's all good. We've wired that up for now. So let's keep moving on to the progress bar. Now for the progress bar, we need a couple of values. We need a text and a remainder. So we're going to give it an attribute style prop called text, and that's going to be equal to some curly braces containing a template literal string. Now the template literal string is going to have a $ curly braces to inject some JavaScript, and that's going to have the word index, which is how far along we are. And then outside of that, we're going to have the divide key, and then we're going to have a $ curly braces, and just say list to learn.length. So what's our current index out of the length of the array? So it might be 0 out of 12, just like that. So now if I save that, we get 0 out of 12 showing up, and that makes sense because we're on our first word. And this is an indicator or a progress indicator of how far through the user has progressed. Now the other one we need in here is the remainder. So we're going to give it a remainder attribute. So remainder is equal to, and this is going to be essentially that fraction as a percentage. So this is just going to be the word index times by 100 divided by list to learn.length. So that literally just converts the percentage into a fraction, and now if I paste that in, we should actually have that working. So I'm just going to cheat and copy the values in there. And we can see that's working perfectly. Our progress bar is working. If I click I forgot, I would expect this to change to 13. And the definition shows up. So now I can just keep going, but I'll never finish this way because obviously every time I copy a definition, it just adds it onto the end. But how cool is that? That's literally our app working. And if I did it properly and got to the end, it would complete. So that is brilliant. Now, what I'm going to do, since we have finished that, is just make sure the handle complete function is working appropriately. So if we come into handle complete day, let's just make sure that's all good. Handle complete day is done. So let's actually quit out of this. Currently we can see we have 0% accuracy. So with that all done, let's see if we can actually make this work. So I'm going to click start, and the way that I'm going to cheat is I'm just going to copy, well actually to be fair, what I can do is just open up vocab and copy the values across just to make sure I'm doing it correctly, and let's make this fast for ourselves. So paste that in, paste that in, paste that in. Move this back over there, and now lugubrious is this one just here. So I'll copy that across. Let's just make sure we can actually finish. Copy that across, copy beset across. Everything is working nicely. Beset coming up again. Now it's retesting us, and we can see the order has been shuffled. So that is perfect. Lugubrious. That's all good. We're nearly done. Lugubrious again. Water. It's just shuffling them and making sure we get loads of practice. Beset. Is this the last one? I think it is. And look at that. We've officially finished a day. We are now level 1. And we have seen 3 words. We've incremented our streak and our accuracy is 54%. And that's because we've had 22 attempts in total, considering all the ones I did while we were testing it, including my attempts from prior. So that is perfect, and we've seen 3 words. So everything is working perfectly. We've incremented the day, and tomorrow we have 6 words. So that's going to be 3 to review and 3 new ones. And now when I click start on this new day, we can see that the first word we encounter is lugubrious, and the definition is not shown because we have encountered it before. So that is working perfectly. I can quit out of that, and we've got 24 to get through today, which is just the amount times by 4, so that makes sense. Now if I refresh the page, everything goes away. Interesting. That's not actually what we want. So the things we have left to do, one is to wire up the history, which we'll do now. The other is to do the countdown. So if we run out of time, we create a historical event. We start a user from scratch. And the other thing is obviously just to persist all the values. And currently they are being persisted, but what we actually need to do is read them in on page load. And we'll learn how to do that now that our challenge page is complete. So congratulations. So time for the final stretch. Now what we're going to do is make sure that our save data, which does exist, is loaded on page load, and we also need this countdown to start and actually work when we have some entries, in addition to writing the logic for creating historical records. So that's what we're going to dive into in this portion of the video. Now we're going to start off with reading in the data on page load. Now to do that, we are going to need a new React hook. Well, actually, no, we have seen it. We're going to need this use effect. If you remember, use effect is for event handling, where we listen to events, and when they do, we execute some code. Now, the use effect, if you recall, takes a callback function to be run when the event is triggered and a dependency array which determines which events we're looking for. So if we had a variable in here, then we would listen to changes in that variable and run this code whenever the variable changes. And if we just leave it blank, then it happens on page load. So when the page loads in, that's when we run this use effect. And currently what we're doing is we actually are reading some information from the database, which is seeing if the name exists. So if the username exists, we had this body of code to redirect them from the hero section, the welcome page, which welcomes them to the app, to the dashboard, because they've already gone through that. They've already written their name. And then what we do is we set the name and we read in the value from local storage, and we set our stateful variable name so that we have a user, and we change the page. So we change the selected page to the dashboard. So that's pretty cool. And what we're going to do is pretty much just modify this use effect so that it does a whole lot of other things on this page load. So this first use effect looks for the name. After that, what we're going to do is pretty much repeat this process. So we're going to look up and see if local storage contains our attempts, if it contains our history, if it contains the current day. Now, if you scroll up, one thing you'll notice is you'll see where we set the values in the database. So here you'll see we have local storage.set item when we set the record for attempts, and we set the item for the day. So these are the keys that we're going to look up later. Now, day keeps track of the day that we're currently up to, and obviously the date time, that's super important. The date time determines how much time left we have to complete a day, and that's what's going to inform the countdown. So that's going to be an important piece later. So we're going to do the easy ones first. We're going to come down inside the use effect, but underneath the if block for the name, and we're going to say if local storage dot get items, and we're going to look up the string attempts. And if that is true, we're going to have the curly braces, and in here, then we found attempts. So that means we have attempts historically, and what we do is we just say const or let data equal to local storage dot get item, and this time we actually get the attempts item. So the first one just returns true or false whether or not we actually have the item. In this case, what we need to do is literally get the item, and what I'm going to do is pass it as an integer. So I'm going to wrap it inside of circular braces, because when it gets saved in a JSON database, it turns into a string, and so we're just going to pass the integer value. So we're going to wrap local storage.getItem attempts inside of pass integer, and that's going to be assigned to a variable called data. And then what we're going to do is say set attempts, and we're going to set attempts equal to data. Now what we could actually do is just copy that value and paste it directly in here, and that's actually what I'm going to do because it doesn't need to be 2 lines of code. So that's just going to tidy it up. I'm going to set attempts equal to the passed integer value that's saved in the local storage, and that only happens if we find we do have that value inside of our local storage database. Now we can do the exact same thing for history. So we're going to say if local storage.getItem history. If that's true, we're going to enter the if block and we're going to say set history. And this time we're going to call json.parse. Now the .parse method inside of JSON converts a stringified entity to its original data type. So in this case, we're actually going to be looking for an array value, but this array will have been saved as JSON, so we need to pass it back into an array. And so inside of json.parse, we're going to say local storage.getItem, and we're going to look up the string history. So .getItem, invoke that method with the circular parentheses and look up the string history. So that's the second if block done. And that should actually, if we just save that and refresh the page, now our accuracy comes to 0 because it is actually reading in an attempts value, but technically because the day's not being read in, it's as if we haven't seen any words yet, so we have a 0% accuracy. But accuracy will be being read in, but history is not working. Now, history doesn't currently have anything because we haven't programmed the code to generate a historical attempt, but that's actually going to be inside day. So the last one we're going to do is look up the day. So this contains our current attempt. So we're going to say if local storage.getItem, and we're going to look up the key day, and in here we're going to pretty much destructure out some data. So we're going to say json.parse. Remember, we save an object, so we need to now pass the stringified object back to like a regular object. And we're going to json.parse local storage.getItem, and we're going to look up the day. So that's going to actually give us access to the value. And I'm going to say const curly braces is equal to this. So this right here, I think I should actually have an entry inside of our local storage currently. So if I come into local storage, we should be able to see it. So just here we have the day, and that's an object that contains the keys day and date time. So we should be on day 2, and we should have this current date time, which is a UTC millisecond amount. So that tracks when we did that day. Now what we're going to do, since we have an object and it's got 2 keys, I'm just going to destructure out these 2 keys. So I'm going to destructure out day. However, day is the name of the stateful variable, so I'm going to rename this one to D by using :D. And then I'm also going to destructure out datetime, but that also exists, so I'm just going to rename it as DT. So now we have a variable D, which has the value or the historical record of our last attempt, and we have datetime, which is, or DT, which is the actual timestamp marker for that entry. And now what we can do is say set datetime equal to DT, and we can say set day equal to D. So now if I go and save that and refresh this, we can see that our time left actually calculated us to have, well, first and foremost, we see that we have 6 words for today, which means that we have in fact read we're on the second day. We can see our streak has been incremented to 1, we have our word seen 3, and now we have our legitimate accuracy back, and we're on level 1. And our time left calculator has worked. Now this will eventually count down live, but for the second it's just reading in the value, but that's cool. So that's reading in our entry. Now, what isn't working that I'm just going to quickly do is this day right here. So if we come into that's going to be start task. Nope, it's not start task because it's stats. If we come into the dashboard component and look inside countdown, if we come into countdown, just here you can see that I've hard coded like a Muppet the day 1. So we're just going to make sure that's got curly braces day instead. And so now that should be updated to day 2. So that's perfect. That's now dynamic. I can close that and come back into our app, and we can continue with the data reading. Now inside here, what we're going to do, if we're reading in a value, we need to do a check to see if the 24 hours has expired, in which case we start the user again and we give them a historical record. So we need to say if the day is greater than 1 and there's a date time stamp with it. So if DT exists and the day is greater than 1, then what we can do is come inside this if block and we can say const diff is equal to countdown in 24 hours. Now, countdown in 24 hours is a utility function, so that needs to be imported from util. So we add that to the import up here. And countdown in 24 hours, this takes some arguments. It takes the DT amount. So we could go ahead and console.log diff in here because we should actually have a record. You know, I was working on this yesterday. If you've carried on coding, then maybe you don't have a value just yet. But if I go ahead and refresh the page, on page loads, somewhere in here, I see this diff. So we can see app.js line 85, that's line 85, and so it's a millisecond amount. Now the way diff works, if we look at just in here, we can see that I have an hour left since I was last recording and I created that entry, which means it's 24 hours later. If I were to run out of hours, diff would become negative. So this value here is this many milliseconds or thereabouts. So what we do is inside this block just here, we say if diff is less than 0, that means that the 24 hours has expired, and we can console.log a string that says failed challenge. Just like that. So if we've failed the challenge, then we need to do a whole lot of stuff. I'm going to remove the console.log of diff. So inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called let new history equal to an object. And what I'm going to do is also create a current timestamp to figure out when the user has failed. I'm going to say const timestamp equal to new date, and I'm going to pass in the DT amount to the date. Now this is going to give me a timestamp for this event, pretty much. So what we can do is we can say const formatted timestamp is equal to the timestamp, but what we're going to call is a toString method, and then I'm just going to do some text processing. So I'm going to say dot split. I'm going to split the string on the space key, and then I'm going to say dot slice. So that's going to turn it into an array. Now I'm going to slice the array from the 1 to the 3rd character, or 1 to 4, but not including 4. And then I say dot join, and I'm going to join on the space. And if you recall, this is the text processing we did to get the historical entries showing up. So this is going to be a formatted time string, and what we're going to do is pretty much save the streak and the formatted time string as a history event, and that's what's going to display. So now that we have a formatted time string, what I'm going to do is say new history, so access the dictionary, have the curly braces, and use the key, which is the formatted timestamp, and set that equal to D, where D is essentially our streak, it's our record, it's what day we got up to. So the timestamp is going to be the key, and the D is going to be the streak. And actually, one other thing I'm going to do is just make sure that we include all of our historical history in our records by just spreading out history inside of this object just up here. So I think history should be an object. Well, we actually have it as an array. So I was totally wrong about history being an array, so we'll convert it to an object data type up here. And then what we can do is we can take the current history and we can spread it out, because if you remember, it's immutable. So we spread it out and we assign that to a new dictionary called new history, which we can modify and add the new entry to our history, which is what we've just done here. Now, after we've got our new history, we can say set history equal to new history. So that's going to modify the state. We can set the day to 1, so invoke set day. We can say set date time equal to null, and we can set attempts back to 0. So that's going to reset our attempts and pretty much make sure that the user starts over because they failed to complete it within the appropriate time. Now, the last thing I'm going to do in this case is also update local storage just to make sure this is persisted. So I'm going to say local storage.set item, and I'm going to set attempts, comma 0. So I'm going to set 0 to the string attempts. I'm going to say local storage.set item, and we're going to set history. history just like that, and that's going to be comma, and in this case we're going to json.stringify. We're going to stringify new history just like that. So new history is an object. We're going to stringify it, which is going to turn it from an object into JSON and save that to the history key in local storage. And finally, we're going to say local storage.setItem, and this is going to also be json.stringify. Invoke that, and that's going to be an object that contains the day, and that's going to have an associated value of 1 because we're resetting the data and date time, a key date time, which is going to have null assigned to it. And that's just going to pretty much save our new entry. So we're modifying the state, and next time they load in the page, the local storage database will reflect those changes. So if I go ahead and save that, what I would expect to happen is now, because, well, technically we haven't run out of time, but in an hour's time, we can actually check and see if this code ticks over and it creates a historical record for us. Well, actually, I can probably cheat the process in a second. We'll see how. But what I'm going to do is go ahead and save that. And now when I refresh the page, we have 59 minutes left and everything is happy. And what I'm going to do to cheat it is come into the application and, well, actually, no, even better. What I could do is just multiply diff by -1. So if I just multiply it by -1, we should be able to cheat the process by making it less than 0. And that should trigger all of the logic to create a record. So let's just go ahead and try that. If I refresh the page, on the page load, we get an error, and that's because failed to execute set item on storage. So it looks like for this last one just here, I forgot to pass in the key because I'm a silly egg. So day, comma, json.stringify. So let's do that once more. And now look at that. We have a history event. We got up to day 2 on June the 7th, which is perfect. And we have everything else reset. Now, obviously, you want to go ahead and remove that -1 because that would be very problematic behavior. But now that we've proven that that's worked, I will forever have that historical record, and we're now back at the beginning. I've got 3 words for today, and I can go ahead and start the application. So that is super cool. Now, the next thing we're going to do is make sure that this countdown is working appropriately, and then I think we're pretty much ready to go ahead and deploy the application. So for the countdown, we're going to come into countdown, and we're going to use another use effect. Now, this is going to be some pretty clever code, and we can use useEffect to run some code on page load that starts a process that is repeated at an interval. So what we're going to do is call the useEffect hook, which is going to need to be imported in this top line just here. We're going to invoke it and pass in the arrow function, comma, and the dependency array. Now the dependency array is not going to be blank, it's going to be target millis. So whenever target millis comes in, which is going to be the date time, and the date time, if you recall, is the previous record. So if there's a previous record, the date time is going to come in, and when that date time record is read from the database, then this code block is going to be triggered because we have a date time, and we can now count down from that date time to when, how much longer of the 24 hours do we have. So date time is going to change when the page is loaded, because that's literally the code we just wrote. We wrote some code to read in a date time if it exists. That's going to set off this dependency array, which is going to run this code in here. Now for the code, we're just going to say const interval is equal to set interval, and this is just a JavaScript entity. We're going to invoke it, and this also takes a callback function and an interval, and the interval is in milliseconds, and that's going to be 1,000 milliseconds, which is every second. And inside of the callback function, we're just going to say set remaining milliseconds, invoke that. Set remaining milliseconds is just going to update this amount right here, and we're just going to re-execute countdown on the target millis. So I'm literally going to paste in that function call right there, and that's just going to re-execute the countdown to find out how many seconds we have left in our 24-hour block, and it's going to repeat this on a 1 second interval, and so that's going to effectively create our countdown. Now the last thing we need is to return what's known as a cleanup function, and so we just have an anonymous arrow function, and then what we do is we call a function called clear interval, and we pass in our interval. And essentially what this cleanup function does inside of a use effect, you don't need them for everything, but when you define an interval, that's something that's going to continue happening in the background. Now, when we move off this component, when we reload this component, it's important that we clean up these intervals. Otherwise, we could get loads of them, and that could create a whole lot of buggy code. So essentially, if we were to go from the dashboard, which is where our countdown is, which is where this interval is, to the challenge, and then come back, we could potentially have 2 intervals running. So we just need to make sure that when we essentially demount or unmount this component, or destroy, close the page, that we clean up our code and we clear out the interval so that when we reload the component, we get a brand new interval. And if I go ahead and save this, we should be able to see, well, I don't have a record anymore. Well, actually, we could very quickly make a record. So let's just go through, and obviously there's no countdown because we're on day 1, so it just sits there waiting. But if I were to start and just copy, let's do cheat and copy all the definitions across. I'm probably going to shorten all the definitions before I publish this just because I think they're a little too long for memorization. So I'll paste that in prison guard. Let me just move this over to the side. Copy it, prison. Let's just finish this. 2. Nice way to check that everything is working as well. 3, lugubrious. Once again. 4. That's beset, surrounded, or troubled persistently by problems. Water is the middle one. Get to the finish line. We got that again. Nice. That was convenient for my copy pasting. Paste that in. Lugubrious, the top one. We're almost done. 8 out of 12. Paste that in again. Beset. Paste that in. And done. And now, look. We have a historical record, which is super cool. We're on to day 2. We've got a streak of 1. We've seen 3 words. We have 100% accuracy. We've reached level 1. And now our countdown has started. And it's going to, even if I refresh the page, it loads everything in and it reads in that date time. It finds that historical record. And it says how much time we have remaining until we end up with a new historical record. And we have to start again. And that is our brilliant application. That is literally everything complete. So pucky pucky kapai, clap clap, well done in Moldy if you didn't know. I think this is such a cool application. As I say, I literally use it to learn all of these words. All of these words came from this book series right here that I was reading because Robert Jordan just has the craziest vocab, and I constantly find myself looking up cool words and including them in here. So when you watch this course, the vocab list will probably change because I will have added in words. Now, if you wanted to take this to the next level, one thing I think you could do that would be cool is to break up the words into chunks of 100. So you could have chapters essentially. And that might just be an interesting way to even monetize the app. You could say, these 2 are free. If you want the extra cool words, maybe you have to pay to unlock them or something like that. Anyway, with that complete, how about we go ahead and deploy our application? Now, the way we're going to deploy the app is via GitHub. Now, if you don't have a GitHub account, there is a link in the description to help you create one. And if you're using GitHub for the first time, essentially what it is just a cloud storage for code, and it's really convenient for deploying code. Now, when you come over to GitHub, I already have the GitHub open just here, James MCA. What you'll also want is GitHub Desktop. Now, this is also linked in the description down below, or you can just look it up on Google. GitHub Desktop, download GitHub Desktop. When you download it onto your device, it looks a little bit like this. It's just a simple little graphic user interface. And what we do is we come over to the side here, click on this top menu, and we click to add a repo, and we click add existing repo, where a repo is just a code base. And we're going to choose a directory. I'm going to come into the folder that contains all of my coding projects, and I'm just going to click on copacetic, and then I'm going to hit open on that. Because there is no repo there, we're going to click this little create a repo button. I'm going to initialize it with a repo, and we're just going to give it a description that says a ReactJS and FantaCSS spaced repetition word learning app. You could probably think of something a bit more elegant, but that'll do for the minute. Word learning app. Cool, that's our description, and we can click this create repo button. And now what we do, since we have a repo there, is we publish this repository. I'm not going to keep it private. I'm going to make it public, and we just publish it to GitHub. Now, you'd probably needed to connect your account. You can see my account is just connected down here. It's pretty straightforward to set up. And now that we have that, we should be able to come over to GitHub, and we can see just here that I have Copacetic, the project. I'm going to go ahead and start. If you haven't started the repo, links in the description down below. It helps to support the channel. Love that support. Be sure to start Copacetic. Thank you so much. And now we can go ahead and deploy the code. Now to deploy the code, we're going to deploy it for free on Netlfiy. So I'm going to come over to netlfiy.com. This is also linked in the description down below. It's totally free. If you don't have an account, you'll need to sign up. Once you have signed up and logged in, you'll probably want to connect your GitHub account. So I just authenticate with GitHub. And what we do once in the dashboard is we click Add New Project, this button over here, and we click Import an Existing Project. Now that takes us over to this page right here. We're going to import the project from GitHub. And after clicking that, that's going to bring up all of our coding projects. Mine's not going to be here because I have to configure it manually. If you can't find it in this list, come down to the bottom and just configure the Netlfiy app on GitHub. Once you have clicked that, you should be able to come down here. You can see I only have selected repo access. We just select a repo. I'm going to look up Copacetic. Make sure we add that, click save, and now that will add it to our list, so I can go ahead and look up Copacetic in here. That brings up the repo. I can select the repo. It's automatically going to recognize that it's a Next.js app. Sorry, a ReactJS app. What we can do is give it a project name. I'm going to name it Copacetic. You'll have to come up with some... Oh, it's not available. I'm going to call it Small Words. I don't know. Something random. You can come up with your own particular name. Has to be unique. And this right here is going to be the link or the domain that you can share with the world, family, friends. And what we do is we just scroll down to the bottom and we click Deploy Small Words. And now that's going to go ahead and deploy our application. We can see that's going green. Everything is deployed. We can click on that link. And it's going to welcome us to Copacetic. 365 days, 365 words. Doesn't matter if it's not perfectly accurate, the people get the idea. Build your lexicon, start the challenge today. I can enter my name, which is James. Click start. If I refresh the page, I'm on the very beginning page. I can start the app and go absolutely bananas. And that is our whole app finished with a link that you can share with your family and friends. And that officially brings this course to a close. If you have enjoyed the course, let me know in the comments down below. Don't forget to smash the like and subscribe buttons. Absolutely love that support. The rest of this year is going to be so much ReactJS, Next.js, full stack content. It's going to be amazing. So if you want to stay tuned for it, join the channel. And thank you for sharing this almighty journey with me. I always love building out these projects and sharing them with you guys, and I hope you enjoy the process of coding them out together. Anyway, your boy out. Catch you guys later. Peace. Learning to code? If so, be sure to check out the Learn to Code roadmap or dive straight in with these videos. That's a good one.